Good afternoon. Mr. Irvin, would you offer our invocation?
Dear Lord, thank you for this blessed day. Thank you for this opportunity to gather together today to handle your business. Dear Lord, please be with the decision makers today. Help them make great decisions. Help us as the public understand those decisions and work together to the common good of this community. Dear Lord, in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, it looks like we have all 5 commissioners in attendance. Do we have any additions, deletions?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We do have one addition under Commissioner John's tab, and it's been added under her tab. We also have a similar item under 3 different tabs, and that has to do with information on audits. I think it'd be best if we cover those under Melissa's tab, because the commission asked her to bring back some information on that.
Okay.
So it's under Commissioner Curry's tab, your tab, and Melissa's. We'll let her handle it under the regular agenda.
All right.
Motion to approve the agenda with addition.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Jones. Show that done without objection. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Show that done as well without objection. All right, we're at public comments. Do we have anyone here that would like to speak? Seeing none?
Oh, you got one.
Yep.
You got one pop up here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Make sure
How are you doing today?
Good.
Great.
Now, if you're gonna be here for the remainder of the agenda and wish to speak later, then you would want to withhold your comments. But if you're not planning to stay for the entirety of the meeting and you want to go ahead and make your spiel, you have 3 minutes, but you won't get another opportunity to do it.
Or unless it's about the consent agenda.
Okay, yeah, unless it's about the consent.
My questions for you are about the proposed
Name?
fees regarding the,
Yeah, what's your name,
my name is Alexis
last name?
McCurdy. MCCURDY. It's possible, I'm just very.
Pull it down a little bit, please, ma'am. That might help. There you go.
Perfect.
Okay.
So should I wait until later, or? is
What
this-
item, if you'll tell us what agenda item we can help?
Yeah, absolutely. So my questions are regarding the fees proposed, your annual fees proposed for fire and rescue.
That needs to be, that's part of the public hearing, so she actually needs to speak under the actual open public hearing.
Okay.
So that's item 28. You'll have a chance to speak at item 28 on that item.
Perfect, thank you.
All right.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none? Clerk's item number 1. Oh, we have the, okay, I thought we already did that. Do we have an approval on the, do we have an approval motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it passes unanimously. Do we have a motion on item number 1?
That is item 1 on the consent agenda, so we're gonna go here now, we're a little out of order the way this is done. Brian's gonna handle recognition of guests now, Mr. Chair, and then we will hop down to, after those,
Citizens request.
we will hop to citizens' request on 16 after that.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First off, we'd like to recognize Ms. Linda Thompson, our library branch manager, on her retirement of 26 years. And Katie Cerise is going to come up and give us a good presentation.
Don't set the bar too high.
Yeah.
It is the afternoon. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come here and honor Linda Thompson for the legacy that she will leave after 26 years of serving Walton County. There is not a library staff member that knows our system without Linda. and it will be a great loss to us. But we are honored that she has spent 26 years with us. Someone who has such a heart for giving. Linda has impacted generations of Walton County residents, from our youngest babies to our seniors and beyond. When Linda started her career at the Walton County Public Library System as a library clerk at the Walton Defuniak Library, through her continued education, she earned her master's in library and information science and became our cataloging librarian at Freeport. And as a retiree does, you just continue moving south. She's finishing her career at our Coastal Branch Library as the branch manager. And when you hear anyone in our community talk about Linda, it is with fondness and gratitude for her calm and caring presence that she has brought to our libraries for the last 26 plus years. So we are really going to feel a hole and a loss in our system, but we are just so thankful for the work that she has done, and thank all of you for the opportunity to honor her here today.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, did you have any comments you wanted to offer?
I do, yeah. So much for calm, huh? I'm over here gonna cry. Thank you. Thank you, Katie, for this. I appreciate this so much. And I thank you all. I just want to thank you all for your support, for the opportunity to work for the library system, to work for the county, to stand for the county, and not just in the library system, but outside of its four walls, reaching and working with the community in support of what the library offers and all its services it offers for the community. It's really about bringing our community together and their interests, what they're seeking in their library system, and the support and service that we could provide for them. We always want everyone that steps into the library to feel like this is their home. This is their home. It's a safe space. It's a place where they can come and learn, and a place they can come and exercise and have fun and socialize, meet other people, and really feel like there's a purpose in their life to come and be a part of what the library offers for the community, as well as our friends of the Coastal Library and the Friends Group throughout the county, with the support and leadership of Katie here, keeping everybody together, all on the same page. They feel that support as well. And they all work so hard to have their book sales, to have fundraisers. They're all volunteers. And I really want to recognize them as well, the Friends of the Coastal Library and all the Friends groups, for all they offer to the community, to the library system. With everybody involved, all of you commissioners that support the library. I just recently was introduced with Dan Curry when he came out to the library, and he was Uncle Sam and participated with one of our summer reading programs. Just a great, great sponsorship. I invite you all to come out, make sure that you do have library cards. But again, I just really want to thank all of you for your support for the library system. I know that there's lots of departments within the county, but the library is a very special entity all on its own. We offer all these programs free of charge. We offer all these services to help people. People can walk in our doors, and we're there for them, whatever they need. And if we don't know the answer, we're okay saying, I don't know the answer. Let me call Melissa Tomlinson. I bet she knows. Or Dan Curry. And we bring people to those places that they need the support that they need. That is just a cuss. I mean, just a very small, Katie could stand up here, I'm sure, and talk the rest of the day about what the services of the library system offers. She's done a fantastic job bringing in education and opportunities for people to earn their education, and it's just a great place. If I were 5, 10 years younger, I would just love to keep working. It really breaks my heart, but yeah, it's my time, and I'm hoping whoever comes in to replace me will also just bring it to the community, make it a place for everyone to feel welcome.
Well, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you we
Thank you for
appreciate
this
your
time.
26 years of service, and we're gonna miss you.
Thank you so much.
I will say that you will not leave without a library card if you go in there.
Yay!
Trust me, I learned from experience. And it was
Yeah.
a pleasure.
Great.
I am a little mad at Katie because you didn't go around and tell all the commissioners to get approval for her retiring. Is that? Thank you very much for your service. It's awesome.
Thank
It was a
you so
pleasure
much.
meeting you and being Uncle Sam to you guys. Thank you very much.
My heart is so warmed. Thank you so much.
We
I
want to
appreciate
get,
it.
would like to get a picture with you, but we're gonna have one more recognition. If you will just hang tight, and we'll all group up in just a second.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right,
Next one.
Ms. Kellenberger.
Next one, Chairman, is recognizing we would like to recognize the Employee of the Quarter and the Exceptional Customer Service Award for the quarter. Both employees come out of the Premier Beach Operations Department, and Josh Irvin is here to present.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Josh Irvin, Director of Beach Operations. You know, what an honor to recognize these two guys for the exemplary customer service and their outstanding work that they do every day. Pretty much an honor to have both of those awards come out of Beach Operations. So, you know, we have a mission statement at Beach Ops. It's pretty simple: get it done. And I think both of these guys show great examples of that. We don't work alone. We're a team. You know, nothing that they can do. They can't do it by themselves. They do it as a team, and I think it's an honor to be here today to recognize them for that effort. So I think both of them have speeches that they prepared. So,
Either one of you? Well, we want to make
So,
sure,
yeah, so the-
you're properly recognized. We
Yeah.
have Caleb Blankenship and
Randy French.
Randy French.
Yep. Employee of the Quarter, Caleb Blankenship, and Randy French, the Exceptional Customer Service. Fellas, we appreciate award that is given to you by your peers, and to me, that's probably the best award a person can receive. So thank you for both of your hard work.
All right, we'd like to get a picture with you guys.
16.
All right, let's pick up at 16.
Like, we can take it? Shall I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Item number 16, we have Dr. Zonia with Walton County Overdose Prevention Task Force. This is a request for approval and authorize chairman to sign a resolution designating August 31st, 2026 as Overdose Awareness Day in Walton County. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, staff, and guests. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Dr. Carolyn Zonia, speaking on behalf of the Overdose Prevention Task Force. Overdose Awareness Day is observed annually on August 31st. It's an international event aimed at raising awareness of overdose, reducing the stigma of drug-related death, and acknowledging the grief of those left behind. This day also serves as a call to action for individuals, communities, and policymakers to support evidence-based harm reduction strategies, expand access to treatment and recovery resources, and promote education that can save lives. Commissioners, we want to thank you for your active commitment to address the overdose crisis through prevention, compassion, and collaboration, including the strategic use of national opioid settlement funds to expand access to life-saving resources and support community-based initiatives such as Narcan trainings and public education efforts. We are seeing so many success stories in our community directly because of your efforts. So while Overdose Awareness Day is a remembrance of those we have lost, we also hold an event every year. This year it'll be on Saturday, August 29th at the Lake Yard in Defuniak Springs from 5:30 to 8 p.m. to also raise awareness, support those in recovery, and dedicate ourselves to a future free from overdose deaths. All are welcome, and we would appreciate your support of our proclamation to recognize Overdose Awareness Day in Walton County.
Do we
Thank
have a
you.
motion?
Motion to approve and
Second.
authorize the chair.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, seconded by Commissioner Curry. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Show it adopted unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, can I-
Thank
Yes.
you very much for all that you do.
Mr. Anderson, you recognize.
Yeah, Carolyn, thank you, not just for this, but for all you do for the county. It doesn't seem like there's a committee you're not on. So I appreciate all the efforts you bring to Walden County and all the love you have for Walden County and all you do for Walden County citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number 17.
Number 17, Derek Breakfield with Maguisi Plantation, request to approve an egress easement across county-owned property. This is the property at McKinnon Bridge Road pit off of Rock Hill Road. Mr. Breakfield?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As he covered, we were asking for an egress easement off of McKinnon Bridge for one of our landlocked parcels. It'd be on the south boundary of the county property near the pit. We would do the road construction and maintenance, and then be, at the request of Public Works, fencing off from the gate to the new gate of our access. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to
Mr.
take them.
Chairman.
Mr. Gladwell?
I don't have any problem with your easement, but we do need some gopher tortoise relocation services, about 50 of them. Y'all be willing to take those without charging us the ordinary fee in exchange for this?
This easement is rather small. 50 tortoises is rather large, but we can talk about some type of
Could
arrangement.
you get with Mr. Kellenberger and y'all negotiate a reasonable settlement?
We do have some need for some tortoise relocation, so we'd appreciate an opportunity to meet with you, see if, if we can come to some kind of deal. Appreciate Commissioner Gladwell's efforts to negotiate it, but we understand, what the cost is, but we would like to sit down with you and see if we can come to some sort of agreement that the county gets some reduced costs for this.
This certainly would avoid any potential precedent of allowing persons just to merely access across county property. So I think it'd be worthwhile if the board is willing to just give Mr. Kellenberger direction to meet with him and bring something back. We can figure that out, and it'll come back under admin.
Sounds good to me.
Sound good
They're
to me.
also willing to pay for that easement.
So you're saying you don't want to approve it right now?
I would suggest that, well, he's just also said he's willing to pay for the easement. I think this is something we should negotiate before we just
Okay.
give an easement away.
Okay, well, I mean,
Yes.
I know that it's expensive to move those turtles, so.
It can
anyway,
be.
Tortoise, so, all right, that's fine.
And certainly if it's an easement, and they're gonna be constructing the road and gating it off county property, we need an agreement beyond just an easement deed. So it's gonna have to come back even if you voted for it today, so why don't you give admin a chance to work all of it out?
Sound good to me?
Thank you, sir.
I'll have a meeting with you soon.
I'll get with you before we leave.
All right, Mr. Gallagher, 18.
All right, number 18, this is a request approval to pay the utility expenses for the Paxton Rural Health Clinic, including a past due balance, and then for a period up to 12 months or until a resolution is reached. This is the new Department of Health clinic that was built in the Paxton community. As it was under a USDA grant. We supplied some matching funds. There is some requirements or responsibilities by the county to the Department of Health. It appears that maybe not all the terms and conditions were completely ironed out prior to building and during construction and certainly after opening. So this will give us an opportunity to meet with the concerned parties and come up with a fair and equitable deal and make sure we're covering our responsibilities.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Anderson. Any questions?
Speak, Chair. May I say so?
Yeah.
Okay. This is just a Band-Aid fix, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to come back within 12 months and we'll have a permanent fix going forward?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make that clear.
Any additional questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show it passes unanimously.
Chair, one of my items goes with item 19, if you wouldn't mind. I could just merge mine with that one, then we don't have to come to mine at the end.
Okay.
I'll go after Mr. Corman.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Tony Cornman for Walden County Code Compliance. We're here today to ask for some direction regarding our contract with the managed vendor services for the county. To review a little bit of a timeline and tell you where we're at. In October of '24, the board initiated the process of approving an advertisement for a request for proposals for the managed vendor services. In November, following that approval and directive, we worked with procurement and the RFP was officially advertised. December the 5th of '24, the solicitation was closed and all submittals were thoroughly reviewed for accuracy and regulatory compliance by our procurement department and then sent to the review committee. On December the 20th, the review committee convened to evaluate and rank those qualified submittals based on the criteria in the RFP. And then on January the 14th, we brought that before the board. And the board approved the contract with Coastal Parasail and directed staff to finalize the contract. January the 28th of '25, we brought that contract back and before the board, and it was approved unanimously. And so today, we're here, where the contract was for 2 years with 2 one-year options. So we're here today to let you know that we're at the end of the 2-year contract, and we have either one option to renew the contract for a 1-year option or put the services back out for another RFP.
Chair.
You're recognized.
I would like to put it back out for bid, but I would also like to, when we do that, make it regional access beach only, not neighborhood. We're already fighting for enough beach, and I think this would help out if we take off the neighborhood portion of this contract and then resubmit it for bid.
Chair.
Commissioner?
I have not had any complaints with the current business company that we're using, and that's a big change from what we had in the past. And I do believe that maybe Blue Mountain Beach, because of the size, I think it's 100 feet or less, that they would prefer not to have any vending on that beach. And so I think minus Blue Mountain, but I think that the same company for another year is a good thing.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Anderson?
I agree with Commissioner Johns, plus the fact that, no offense if he's sitting in the audience, but I think the person that had it way overbid it. And, not to meaning to take advantage of a businessman, but I don't think we'll get a bid nearly as high. And I, like Ms. Johns, I have had 0 complaints. And, I think we need to re-up it for another year and, go from there.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gladwell?
can I ask Mr. Corman a question?
Yep.
What's your opinion on what, if the money will stay where it's at or go down if we rebid this thing?
Of course, that's hard to tell for sure. Based on the number of, they still report to us, even though it's not based on sets, they still report to us monthly what these number of sets are. And I'm sure if we put it back out, people will be looking at that to place their bid. And I do not believe that we would get as much as we get now.
So basically, we're just gonna cost the county some money if we put it back out. Fair?
I believe so.
Well, I make a motion that we keep the same one that we have and that we eliminate the Blue Mountain Beach area.
Let's do that as 2 separate motions. If you want to keep the one we have, the motion will be to direct staff to exercise the first option to renew when it comes up on March 1st, 2027. We can go and have that executed now, and then we'll take the second motion.
Well, on the second motion, if you're going to change the contract, then they're going to have to rebid it, correct?
No, because
You're
the
taking it-
the
you're taking
contract
it-
we signed was to provide vending on county beaches that we authorize vendor services on. We always reserve the right, correct, Mr. Corman?
Yeah,
To
so we
allow
actually-
vending. We didn't specify that it would be every beach, no beach. It was whoever we chose. We have always reserved the right to tell people they could or could not vend on specific county beaches.
So then I'll modify my motion to just approve the current vendor.
I'll modify my second also.
Tony, do you have something to add?
Well,
So can you verify that the current contract that we have has specific areas where they're allowed to vend? And it has maximum number of sets on each one of those areas, correct?
That's
What
correct.
I understood.
And so if we alter those areas, we would have to expect that that contractor will be given opportunity to provide a different number, right?
Yep.
No, sir, that's not how we bid it.
well, and it's, like we added one this year.
Yeah, we
The
added one
contract's
without
for 2 years.
rebidding.
We added Seagrove this year.
Yeah.
So we added one this year from the previous year.
The bid is, Tony, what is the bid based on? Let's talk about what the pricing's based on, just so we're on the record.
Well, it's based on the count, when we put the RFP together, it lists pretty much all the regional beach accesses. And I think it's in the contract, it says something about we could close them, or I can't remember exactly how it's worded.
We could add or remove, we could close, we could designate the times of operation and the availability. The remittance was based on what was specifically bid for those terms, but certainly they bid it a certain way. So our position has always been that what was bid was, everybody submitted their bids, they knew that the county would select what areas we work on. We added a new one this year, we've always reserved the right to do it. The term of the contract is what is not at issue. Right now, are we giving them another year or not? And then under the bid, we can certainly add or remove. I think you got the vendor by there. I'd prefer us not to get into a negotiation in public about it. But the simple reality is, the question is, Mr. Corman is asking, do we wish to renew, exercise option 1 for the first renewal? That's question 1. No matter what else you do with the other ones, that's a separate question. I think to Commissioner Curry's point, he's asked that we consider only doing regional beach accesses. Commissioner Johns has asked that Blue Mountain be excluded. What my suggestion is going to be before we take a second motion is if we exercise option 1 to renew, that we direct staff to work with them to work on what the transition down there is going to be, because it's not just a matter of adding or removing. It's a matter of making sure we notify the public of what is going to be there, what is not. Now, the vendor may have issues or concerns on how that works. We can have that conversation. But we did not bid it where we guaranteed them every single beach. For instance, this conversation came up in my recollection in meeting with the commissioners. I think we talked about it on, may have been a workshop, may not have been a board meeting, was the question about vending on the San Roy parcel, the Peter Russell purchase. And that was a huge question, are we gonna allow vending on there or not? The way it was presented was on all county-owned properties. We included maps showing where our lands were, but we did not say we're gonna let you vend at one area or another. They understood they had the opportunity to vend on any county beach the board authorized vending. The board has since said there is no commercial activity whatsoever in the Eastern Lake area. Y'all changed that ordinance already this year. So while Tony's right, we added, we also made it clear that would never be there. But that has always been listed as a county parcel that was subject to the possibility of vending when we did this. You disagree with any of that, Mr. Corman?
Correct, and it also, the contract tells them that they can only vend certain items, which is chairs, umbrellas,
Yeah.
tables, and if they want to vend anything else, they have to bring it back before the board to get approval to do that.
Was the vendor?
The vendor is here. Yep, there he is.
And I don't know if I can do this or not. Adris Pender, Panama City Beach. What Ms. Donna said, though, we're happy to let that go and continue on if I had to honor her, what she's, I mean, we're just not
That'll
that
be
big.
in the next motion, okay?
Okay.
Well, in other words, I think he's telling you he's not modifying the
Not doing it.
contract, so,
Right.
yeah, if you're exercising option 1, it doesn't matter what you say in the next one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Does anyone else from the general public want to speak? Ms. Morano?
Barbara Morano, I just want to share my personal experience with this particular vendor from what I can see when I visit the beach. I see no problems. What I see on Facebook is people get confused by what they see on private beaches and saying there are ghost chairs, the chairs are set up in wet sand, but I don't believe that is this particular vendor. So I just want to make that point clear, that when you're hiring this vendor, I believe he is playing by the rules. I don't see his chairs in the wet sand. I don't see any ghost chairs. So I'm in favor of going ahead with this 1 year. Now, I hope I can comment on the Blue Mountain and not doing any neighborhood. Does that open the door for private vendors now? Will tourists come down? Okay, so you're shaking your head, Commissioner Johns. You're saying no vending at all on Blue Mountain is your thought, at all?
That's correct.
And Commissioner Curry, when you said neighborhood, you're saying no vending at all at neighborhood?
Correct.
All right, I personally agree with that, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
So it passes 4-1. Commissioner Curry voting in the dissent.
If Commissioners Curry and John are agreeable, what I would request is that is, rather than a motion, we take staff direction to have Mr. Corman get with Mr. Kellenberger and our vendor to look at what services would look like if we removed neighborhood beach accesses and Blue Mountain as an area and how that would work. Come around, meet with each commissioner, talk about that, make sure that that's going to meet your need, what that looks like. I don't think it's easy. I don't think we can simply say, let's pull this or not, because there may be other things coming back. So let's look at this comprehensively rather than piecemeal one by one is all I'm asking.
I would like to see the people that are affected by those areas, like, just confirm that that's what they want.
I suspect what you're going to probably see is us need to have a couple of workshops or at least talk about that. And what I would like to do, assuming that's acceptable direction, is that we have the vendor present at those workshops so they can talk to the community stakeholders to make sure that's the case. Well, and I do not know one way or the other But it's entirely possible you may have one or two neighborhood beach accesses that say, hey, this is helpful because it keeps the other vendors off our beach, or it may not. Let us bring it back to you as a comprehensive solution so that we don't have the issue where the vendor knows that right now the board's willing to renew his contract, exercising the option to renew for 1 year. When we sit him down and tell him what may be part of the contract, may not, well, then he knows that's up to him if he wants to walk. So this gives us the ability to negotiate.
Is that with or without a workshop? You kind of said two things.
Well, I think the workshops are necessary. I think what you're giving direction is for staff to get together and put something together, and then part of that's gonna be to come around and talk to you, and I'd imagine workshops, we hold beach activities workshops every year. We do a wrap-up and end-of-season vendor program. I mean, am I wrong to say, Mr. Corman, that we're gonna be having workshops that relate to these general issues already?
That's correct. As probably next meeting or so, we'll be asking for permission to hold those workshops.
I was trying not to get over my skis, but I knew it was coming soon, so.
Typically try to wait till Labor Day's over with and then start.
So, yes, the short answer is it's going to be happening. It's probably going to be happening as part of that process.
Thank you.
All right, item 20, it's hurricane season. I guess it's that time of year we want to recognize September as National Preparedness Month. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So it passes unanimously, 5-0.
That was easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 21.
Hello, Chance Powell, Walton County Engineering. Number 21 is request to award invitation to bid, number 2601 for the construction of the Helen McCall Park Phase 1 project to the lowest, most responsive bidder, Empire Builders, for $7,455,792.85.
Motion
Is
to
willing
approve.
to
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Are there any questions? Public comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it adopted, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 22 is request to authorize the use of Musco Lighting through a Sourcewell contract for the lighting of those fields, $970,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Johns to approve, second by Commissioner Gladwell. Are there any questions or discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Show it adopted, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chance. Appreciate it. Excited to see that moving forward.
Me too.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, item 23. Well, actually, these are all going to, well, go ahead. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is to request direction regarding operational audit priorities and scope of work. What we did with this item is put some information out to departments to get feedback on areas that they saw where services could be improved and where we could potentially streamline operations. I tried to wrap that in. When you look at the different departments that have provided those, I tried to include the goal of the overall operational audit on the operational side. On the audit side, any engagement could include the language in it where we would do an evaluation of compliance with county policies, cash controls, billings were applicable, a review of any contracts that are administered in that function to ensure that there's compliance with purchasing policies, procedures, make sure what they're doing has been approved by the board if it is needed, and where applicable, capital equipment could be reviewed, staffing levels compared to services provided. Those could be standard in any engagement. So what we were really trying to do is get the best bang for the buck in doing the operational audit and also looking at improving what the departments are already doing. One of the areas is Public Works. Go back to that one. Just to give you that one as an example, that second one is the one I was really looking at, operational audit of Public Works infrastructure, asset management. That right there would look at current asset inventory, which would include vehicles, any machinery and equipment. It would look at the maintenance on those, so you would get your evaluation of the equipment they have and how long we're keeping it, the sales of the surplus equipment, how the replacement cycle is structured. It would also look at the procurement end in any purchases of equipment, any anything that has to go out for bid, ensure that the policies are being complied with. It would go into a review of the role of the warehouse out at purchasing, how that is utilized, how that could be functioning the most efficiently for the departments, and also would include an evaluation of compliance with county policies. So what I'm really here today to ask the board is this the direction that you would like staff to go in, or are we barking up the wrong tree with this? I want to make sure we're looking at what you want to see.
Okay. Well, you've, in your description, you've kind of covered what I was addressing in item 36, correct?
Correct, and I know when we discussed it, we discussed more of a holistic, overall view of operations, because so many departments operate kind of in a silo. And I've got one item on there for Eagle Springs Golf and Recreation Center. I know we've discussed several times the grill and how we could get that grill operating in the black. So that's kind of been a silo where I think if we could have an engagement that not only looked at Eagle Springs Grill, but put it together with the golf course and the recreation programs, we might be able to mesh those and find some efficiencies.
So kind of a cross-pollination of workforce. What do you, Commissioner Gladwell, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, you go ahead and finish, and then I'll go.
What do you need from us? What action do you need from us to kind of put this in motion?
If you like any of these items that we have got listed, we could go ahead and move forward with those. If we are going in the right direction, I'll be happy to go ahead and start putting out to companies and get estimates on the engagement and bring them back. I can bring them back to the board for approval. I just don't want to do that, come back to the board and find out, no, that's not what you wanted to look at.
Commissioner?
I don't have any problem with all that whatsoever, but I would like to make a motion that we go out for an RFP on a forensic audit on all county operations, including contracts, receipts, and expenditures for the last 5 years.
I will second that, and may I continue with my item, Chair?
Wait a minute. Let's address what Melissa had mentioned comprehensively. Can we allow her to proceed with what she has asked? Melissa, do you need, how do you need to start? Do you have a process in place internally that can get you what you needed to get started on what you're doing, separate from what's, sounds like is being proposed separately?
If the board is amenable to what has been presented in this document, I can go ahead and start moving forward with those. And I'd be happy if the board is amenable, just let me know any other documents any other functions you would like to see, and I'll go ahead and start putting those out. I would like to start with these because I already have kind of a scope of work on them. But this is something that can just be ongoing. So I can go ahead and get started, bring it back to you, because we can't do every engagement at once, so.
Do we have a consensus to let her get started?
Well, we have a
I'd like to
motion
have
and a
some
second
questions
on the
first.
floor. And I still have my item to talk about.
So,
Mr. Kellenberg?
so our effort is to put together a detailed scope of these types of audits and come back to you with a cost to do that for you to make the final approval of the cost and the scope.
Okay, because to me, I think if you just throw out the whole, forensic audit on everything in the county, that's going to be extremely time-consuming and extremely expensive. It seems to me like we should pick a few top 3 and go to those first, rather than just opening up wide and just see what happens with that.
I don't have any issues with a forensic audit. If the board wants to do a forensic audit, that is your purview and your decision, that we will do that.
You're talking about for every
If it's the
office?
wishes of the board, we will do it. But one thing I will say, a forensic audit is looking for, did you break the law? When you get that, that is what you're going to get. You're not going to get, here's some ways to operate better.
Well, I personally would like some occupational audits, because I'd like to see that the process is being done properly, and I don't necessarily think that it's anybody's issue I think that sometimes they don't know, or things change, or things can improve, and they're just not being done streamlined fashion, and I would like to see those kind of things happen.
Well, that's what we're trying to address.
Yeah, but that's
There
not
are a
forensic.
couple of things circulating in this bowl. What I'm trying to dispose of first is what Ms. Thomason presented in 23. So for instance, when she was talking about the golf course or the grill, you know, does it make sense if we look at things holistically and not just under the lens of one silo? So let's say that someone in Public Works could offer benefit that would assist Eagle Springs, then why are we leaving that on, why are we not allowing that for consideration or to be a part of our operational existence? Or if someone from another agency or department could be utilized in another agency or department, that's what she's wanting to look at, is to see where there may be a comprehensive benefit in the utilization of services that are already existing within the county's purview. So is it okay to give her direction to allow her to do that? And then we can address, you know, anything else that we want to do in addition to or go above and beyond doing that?
Yes.
Do we have a consensus to let her do
Yes.
that?
May, unless you want me to use my item at the end under my name, may I insert, because that's what I want to do, is merge all of our items together on this one topic, but I haven't had a chance to
Well, you
say
will.
anything.
You will.
During this or at my agenda items?
Well, I want to get this off of the table.
Well, this is part of this, off of the table.
What
If you're
would you
gonna,
like to
if you're
add?
gonna lead with direction without me even saying anything about the audits, then I'm gonna say no, because I'd like to put my 2 cents in, since
Well, you
the
know, you're
others have.
welcome to do that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying. Is it okay now?
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
Terry.
thank you. So, we keep talking about forensic and we talk about operations. If you scroll down, I inserted and meshed operational and forensic together. I've been through ISO 9001 in the private industry. I've been through forensics in the private industry. I'm not sure how many up here in the private industry have been through these type of audits. I've even graphed these out on what operations, a forensic, and a ISO does. I think I pulled some of the forensic items because we have some issues with efficiencies, definitely with efficiencies, and I am all on board for an operational audit. We have, and I'm not trying to kick a dead horse, but when you let $14 million drop off without anybody raising their hand about it, that's an issue. That's efficiency. That's a ordinance problem. That's a process problem. We have unwritten agreements. That is an efficiency problem. We have handshake deals. That's an inefficiency problem. We have tons of these examples. We have land deals that are in question. So when you say you don't want anything forensic, I'm going to say no to that, because we need some forensic audits in here. Do we need one when we want to go buy 12 pencils? No. But do we need one when we look at a land deal that, when I look up on the property appraiser site, it has one owner when we bought the land in 2002, and it migrated and shifted to 2 or 3 different people, and we sold it for $19,000 an acre and ended up selling it to the end result at $4.5 million. We have some issues that need some forensic magnifiers. So unless there's any kind of forensic in here, I'll go ahead and go along with an operations, but when the new board gets up here, if we don't get a forensic in this, then I guess I'll bring it up when the new board's up here. Because I'm not going to vote for anything unless there isn't a forensic component in this with all the examples that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
I don't think anybody said anything about not wanting forensic.
Exactly. I'm
You
trying to
just said
foster this.
operations, you just
Well,
said
no,
this, what
she
Melissa
asked-
said.
Hold on.
I got the floor.
Just a second.
I has a motion.
Commissioner Anderson, you recognize.
She said she wanted to do this first. That's what I read from, the way I heard it. You got a motion and a second.
For a
on
forensic.
audit. That needs to come under you. But I know, but it's not under this agenda item, is all I'm saying.
merged those items.
We merged them.
I'm not opposed to either one of them, but, you know,
If the board would allow me, I can get us to where we want to go. Is it okay to give Ms. Thompson direction to pursue what she asked to do?
Yes.
Do we have general consensus on that? does it need to come in the form of a motion?
It does not.
Okay, so we have a general consensus, so you've got what you needed to
Get
do
started.
that. All right, now,
Let me just clarify. That does not negate or prevent a forensic audit, correct? Ms.
Correct.
Thompson?
Yes.
correct.
All right, so two separate issues. Start there, now let's go to the next.
That's where I was headed. Okay, so now that we have disposed of that, Commissioner Gladwell, you had a motion.
To conduct a forensic audit for the last 5 years, examining all departments and all revenues, receipts, and contracts.
Do you want to make the motion to put that out for bid, to do that?
Do an RFP.
Okay,
That was the
all
We're
right.
gonna have to.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell. Is there a second?
Yes, I second.
So we have a second by Commissioner Curry. Is there any discussion or questions? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. I'm sorry, all opposed, nay. None. Show it adopted unanimously.
And Commissioners, would you like to see that RFP back on agenda before it goes out?
I think we need to.
I think so.
I think it'd be an RFP, I don't know.
No, it'd be RFP, yeah.
All right, 24?
Well, let's make sure that covered all the three items Brian merged. I think we had that 3 times on the agenda.
We did.
Mr. Curry's tab and
Can you do it yours?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Yes.
All right, just making sure.
Commissioners, our next item is an update and request for direction regarding the nonprofit agency funding program for fiscal year '27. We did have this as an item during the workshops, and direction was to bring this back to the board for her consideration at another meeting.
Questions? Comments? General public?
What's the direction? I mean, what are we wanting to do?
We need to know what level of funding and how you would like that structured for next year. We did provide on the second page of that agenda item a list of the fiscal year '27, the requested amounts. The total comes up to $457,000. We've also included the amounts at 75% of the request and at 50% of the request.
What are you looking for?
Just direction.
100%, 75, or 50?
100.
I say 50.
Well, I would like to speak, if I may.
Sure.
I've added my stuff onto Melissa. I have no problem with funding every penny if we do a 5 to 2 compromise proposal. You want to cut 1.1 million, and I showed what to cut. And that would satisfy all of the nonprofits and put $600 and something thousand back into the general fund.
If we can scroll down to the last page, that's going to have those cuts attached.
So I have no problem with funding every penny of the nonprofits, but we have to cut 1.1 million with the items in yellow, and that would put 600 plus thousand, 716 to be exact, back into the general fund for parks, roads, whatever we need.
Chair,
You recognize?
I do not agree with those things he's got in yellow. I think some of it is just absolutely ridiculous. And I think that some of these things should be up to each commissioner. I don't think one commissioner should dictate.
No, I'm
You
not
know,
trying to
what goes
dictate, I'm
on.
trying to compromise. I'm putting, you had more than enough time to put something out there to compromise.
Well, my compromise is that we do what we were going to
Just
do
get the checkbook
initially.
out.
We actually had a board that went through these, and they ranked these nonprofits, and they ranked them. They took the time, just like they did last year, they took the time to rank them and to determine who qualified based on the qualifications that we put out there.
So
And-
four new BCC county vehicles, you wouldn't want to drop off in order to help fund a nonprofit or do away with
I
our
don't think that that should have
BCC
anything to do with
lunches?
it. I think you should separate all these little things you want to drop off from the nonprofits. I don't think it should
Well,
be.
that's why we're here to talk.
Okay, well, I don't.
Let's
I
negotiate.
I personally think that the nonprofits are an issue in itself, and all of these other things are a separate issue. So I think if we're working on nonprofits, we should determine whether or not we agree on whether we want to fund the whole thing, or 75% or 50%, or
Well,
whatever we
You're
want
giving
to do.
taxpayer money, which is inclusive of everybody in the county,
Mr. Chair,
money to the
this
nonprofits.
is a budget discussion. We're gonna have budget meetings. Why are we doing this?
Well, she brought it up, it's part of the nonprofit.
I'm not in favor of cutting all that stuff.
Well, I figured you weren't, but we could at least kind of negotiate and see where we can go from. So we just want to write a checkbook and not, so we want to sit up here and praise that we're physically responsible, but then we just get the book out and just write
Well,
checks.
excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, you yourself cost the county $90,000 for an investigation that turned around and kind of bit you in the butt.
I didn't cost nothing.
You
You can ask him over there.
requested it. You requested an
Requested one item.
investigation.
The board never approved
The
that.
board never
I
approved
just,
it.
well, talk to Mr. Clay and Mr. Bryan
$90,000.
over there.
You're the one that asked for it.
I asked for one item because there was
But when they
perjury.
started
There was
doing that
perjury.
investigation, it turned around and had to open up and get a little wider because
Not
you
by
were
me.
being retaliatory in your activity.
Not by me.
And I got a 129-page
No, I
report
know. And
saying
half of
that
it's
you,
wrong, if not more.
it was a report from an outside agency.
Yeah, and I have
And you're saying
internal
it's
documents.
wrong?
Would you like to bring up one instance, the HR investigation?
Well, I got the whole
Oh,
report.
yeah,
You want me to
the-
bring it out?
The HR
All right, so
investigator
the question.
stated that there was some wrong, but the
Commissioner-
director of...
Commissioner Curry.
Said-
Well, wait
You
a
said
minute, she
something
had an
about saying if
allegation.
things didn't
She
go
had
your
an
way,
allegation.
that heads would roll. Didn't you say that
We
to
stand in
somebody?
informal recess. All right, so we'll go back to item number 24. What is the direction of the board on updating the nonprofit agency funding?
I do want to apologize, Board and Chair. I apologize for my actions.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. All right, so
We need to get the,
they'll figure it out. Go ahead.
I think we need to bring this back at the budget hearing and,
Well, I mean, we definitely, every commissioner holds the right to make changes all the way up until the final budget is passed. What we're trying to figure out, I guess the reason Melissa brought this to us is just to ask us, is there any change in the direction of what we've been doing? Or I guess we would indicate that we want to plan for some type of different arrangement, or are we proceeding all the way up till time that we pass the final budget? Is there any change or direction? Is that close?
Direction just allows staff to go ahead. This is a lot of funding agreements. It allows staff to go ahead and start preparing those so they can be ready in tandem with the budget.
sounds good to me.
Anyone else? Okay, so what do you need from us?
If it is amenable, we will move forward, and I'm going to say with the full amount and adjust it down as needed at the tentative budget hearing. We can do that.
Sounds good to me.
And we can work on. Perhaps we take this opportunity to create a funding agreement that has a little bit of flexibility in how we fund, subject to the budget language in it.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, our next item is a request for direction regarding updates to district discretionary fund policy. This item, I was directed to bring this back to the board. This came up during the fires at Villa Tasso with the volunteers and whether or not discretionary funds were allowed to be used to purchase items for those volunteers. I believe it was some food. The direction of the board was to see about creating an account that would run through Mr. Goldberg and be subject to approval by Mr. Kellenberger's office. We've done that. We have set up, it's a $5,000 account that would be in the general board account, so it would require administration's approval. And there was also direction to come back to the board with updates to the district discretionary fund policy after kind of reviewing that with the commissioners. So far, I don't have any changes that were recommended in reviewing this. If any of you have any changes you would like to see, we'd be happy to look at amending the policy for those. Otherwise, the policy would just remain as is.
Sounds good to me.
I think you need to allow the commissioners, as long as it's legal, to be able to use it without having to ask every little time for every little thing. That, you know, if you're giving the commissioners $25,000 a year, you know, I've spent very little of mine, but if we've got it, we should be able to spend it. I mean, I have to call you every time to ask you if I can spend, you know, $20. And I think if it's discretionary, then we should have the authority to spend it as we see fit, as long as it's legal. So I don't think we should have little boxes that tell us exactly how to spend it. And I make that a motion.
I'll second that for discussion only. My only concern with that is not that anybody would try to misuse it, but that you could accidentally misuse it. I'd rather, I mean, me personally, whatever the board's gonna do, I'm gonna call Melissa before I spend a penny. Because I don't wanna take any chance I'm spending it wrong.
Well, if you spend it wrong, the clerk's office will get over after you, that's for sure. But, you know, I mean, we know the difference between right and wrong, and, you know, I mean, we know what is something that's legitimate for the county, for the citizens, whatever the case might be. And I just think that, you know, just common sense, we ought to be able to use it without having to be so concerned about whether it's one of these 4 items, you know?
My only caveat to that would be in the items that require approval of a contract, simply because I don't think any commissioner individually would have the ability to approve a contract.
I agree with that 100%.
Do you want to set a max limit at all on that? $1,000,
Right now, the items requiring individual commissioner approval are office furniture or remodeling cost under $5,000, food or beverages for a meeting, cost to purchase and mail cards, expenses incurred to attend a constituent meeting where public policy is discussed, or employment of additional staff. So those are the things that can be approved at the commissioner level already.
What if you wanted to, like, some of the districts don't have a lot of money, what if they wanted to buy some type of, if they don't have rate plat fees, what if they wanted to use their money to buy a swing set or buy a slide, buy some kind of recreational equipment?
Right now-
Can you add that in there under the furniture, or no?
We could move capital improvements to parks or other county facilities. That could be moved from items requiring BCC approval and become a specific item just requiring individual commissioner approval.
I don't-
That's a bad idea, but.
Commissioner Gladwell?
Mr. Atkinson, could you give us some comments and direction as to how this is affected by the Escambia County continuing issue?
I think the biggest issue, I'm going to just speak broadly about that, because it is continuing, and I expect there's going to be more litigation between that clerk and that board. There's already been a fair amount. Ultimately, I think if what the board is doing is giving us direction, motion, or otherwise, the issue appears to me to come more from the clerk's interpretation of its guidelines and its function as a comptroller as opposed to your internal policies. So, not to say that the commissioners are violating the clerk's policy, but it may well be that something is authorized under our policy, but is perhaps silent under theirs. Or perhaps something is silent under our policy and therefore is interpreted by OMB as not prohibited and therefore permissible, but is interpreted by the clerk to fall or be more akin to an impermissible policy. That's where you're getting these, I think Brian said don't use the word ding, so we will say the warnings or the inquiries. So what I would recommend we do on that front is very simple. We need to have Melissa get with Clerk Finance, Mr. Pennington, make sure they're on the same page about what the board is trying to accomplish with this policy, match it up to whatever their policy is. Hopefully, the clerk's office will be agreeable to mirroring something in their policy to address commissioner office discretionary funding and the way it's administered and the approval process or lack thereof and how that can be managed. Ultimately, the responsibility, and I think it is very clear that this is coming out of all of that Escambia litigation, the responsibility to know that you're doing something right is going to fall to each individual commissioner. And that if someone asks on the back end, did you do something right or did you do something wrong, you're going to be the one responsible regardless of the advice you've been given, even from county staff, is unfortunately the direction that we see those cases taking. So that being said, let's do this on the front end, not the back end. If Commissioner Johns, if you would be so kind, I think the appropriate step, rather than making it as a formal motion, is to direct staff to work with the clerk as the comptroller to develop a policy that allows commissioners the utmost discretion within what the law allows to spend the discretionary funds the board budgets per each district.
I think that's a great idea, because we do need to be on the same page, because we're just not. Yeah.
Do it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll withdraw the
Withdraw.
motion and your second disappears.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Commissioners, I have one more item. The next item is a request approval to advertise and hold a public hearing on the budget. It's September 8th at 1 p.m. This is for a budget amendment in the self-insurance fund and the tourism development fund.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns to approve 26. Any questions, discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed nay. Show it passes 5-0.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Motion
All right,
to open the public hearing?
Second.
For 27, and actually, these are both yours, Melissa, so. One of the rare instances where she gets the public hearing,
All right,
so.
so we have a motion to open the public hearing by Commissioner Johns, second by Commissioner Gladwell.
And this is for the Doggett Canal MSBU for fiscal year 26-27.
Show we're in the public hearing without objection.
This is just a request to approve and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution to reimpose the collection of that special assessment in Doggett Canal for fiscal year '27.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Are there any questions, discussion? Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show passes 5-0.
We do need to close and reopen.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show the public hearing is now closed.
Now we'll reopen for 28.
Request to open public
Second.
hearing.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Johns to open the public hearing, second by Commissioner Gladwell. Show that done without objection.
Our next item is request to approve and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution to reimpose the fire rescue special assessment for the next fiscal year. And I do want to add that is at no change in the rates.
Motion to approve at $75.
So we have a motion by
Second.
Commissioner Gladwell and second by Commissioner Johns. Any questions or discussion?
Yes, Chair, may I say something?
You're recognized.
I did speak at Defuniak Springs last night a little bit on this, but, you know, the sheriff has been flat the last 2 years, and we're doing nothing but building and adding to the issues. So I think we probably ought to sit down now and start talking with him and fire rescue and everything else to see what's going to become of this. When you have thousands and thousands of units coming into here, he's not going to stay flat for too much longer. So I think it's time to talk now instead of after the fact. It's my 2 cents.
Anyone else from the public?
Not later on.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. My name is Lexi. I'm a resident of Freeport, Florida. And I was wondering if you could help me to explain the fees that you're reimposing or imposing. Couple of questions. What was the input that you received from the county as a whole? Was anyone able to reply to your notices in writing in the 20 days?
I did not receive any. I don't know if the county attorney or administration did, but we did not receive any.
Okay, could I encourage you to maybe do a better job with like info campaigning beforehand so that people are able to understand what's going on and to make their voice heard for that? Second, what was the series of events that led up to the original imposition of this? And if we could hold my time while she answers.
There was a rate study done. I can't remember the year. I would have to go back. It's been the ordinance was originally passed in
13.
Okay, it was in 2013, and the rate has been the same since then. The actual rate that came back in the study was higher than the $75, but the board elected to utilize a $75 rate, and it's been the same since.
Okay, what were the items that were prioritized over fire and rescue in your budget? And if we could hold that time.
I would want to defer that to the sheriff's office since they administer those funds. We have tried to focus on, in the county budget, on the fire stations because they are some older stations and there have been, there's some that need replacing. But I would defer you for detail to the sheriff's office.
Okay, sure. So do they not share that information with you before you all vote on these?
They give us their budget requests for these, but as far as telling you what their individual priorities are for next year, the sheriff's office is the sheriff is the one that's over operational control of fire rescue. So I would much rather them give you all of their detail.
Okay, so am I correct in understanding today that it is the intent of the board to go ahead and implement this, even though we're not sure why we're implementing it?
Well, it
because
pays
of the
for fire
sheriff's
rescue.
information?
It goes straight to the sheriff's office. It goes to the fine and forfeiture budget to support directly fire rescue.
Okay, and
It pays for operational costs if I didn't make that clear.
Okay, and can you provide clarification on what you mean by future fiscal years? Is this something that comes up every single year, or is
Yes,
this in
ma'am.
perpetuity?
By statute, it has to be reapproved by the board every single year.
Okay.
So when the initial assessment resolution was done, the way this works, the board set a maximum range, which is in the chart. You'll find it on page 6 under paragraph F. The maximum rate, for example, per residential, I won't go through every category, is $150 per dwelling unit. the minimum is $75 per dwelling unit. The board has, to my knowledge, always been 75, at least since I've been up here, it's always been 75. That's what the motion today is to reimpose this at $75. But in all future fiscal years, the board has to continue to have this hearing. We have to do it, you almost always see it in one of your 2 meetings in August. It's a fairly safe bet it's gonna be your second meeting in August every time, but we almost always have to have it done before September, because then this gets added into the county's budget for that determination.
Sure, thank you for that, for explaining. And I was wondering if, who I might speak to after this for information with either literature that you've already come up with, because since this is an ongoing thing, I assume more than once it's probably come up, a request for a opposition or appeal, since it says that those need to be filed appropriately. So who can give me direction on that after this?
Would that be records request? I don't, I just have never received one.
So are you referring to the actual imposition as to your property, or the board's imposition of this today? I think that's a huge question.
So in the notice that I received in the mail, it said that once this is decided, that you would have the opportunity in writing to file for a, for lack of a better word today, appeal.
And so if you wish to appeal for that, what you would do is you would notify both the Walton County Board of County Commissioners. You can do that directly to admin, as well as the Walton County Property Appraiser. While, and I'll go ahead and say this for Mr. Gregory, who will hear this, I'm not saying it's his obligation, but because sometimes those notices do cross, we ask that both be noticed when it comes to the county. A little different for the cities, but that would be your solution, just like you do a appeal of your property taxes to Mr. Gregory's office. Send it to both. The reason we ask that is because if you're intending to contest more than just this or seeking to appeal both, it's better to do it that, because if you send us the Value Adjustment Board appeal, we don't do anything with it, he may not do anything with the other, that appeal will go to admin, and then it would go to the property appraiser's office so that we can coordinate it.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Anyone else? Any discussion? Commissioner Gladwell, you want to restate the motion?
To approve the resolution and authorize you to sign it, and at $75 a house,
Which is the current rate,
which
correct?
is the current rate.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show it passes 5-0.
Motion to close.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Show we have closed the meeting unanimously without objection. 29, Commissioner Curry.
We've already merged that one, Chair, if we want to go to 30.
30.
And I'm just requesting an overall update on where we're at with the beach, renourishment aspects, and maybe even get a update on the home that we purchased, that we were going to keep the beach frontage and sell the home and all that. So if we could get kind of an update on where we're at with all that. Come on up, sir.
Good afternoon again. Josh Irvin, Director of Beach Operations. As far as the beach nourishment project, that work is still ongoing. The Army Corps is still working toward that total design. Where we are today is currently putting together a scope of work to go and solicit an appraiser to come out and determine the value of the real estate that would need to be acquired as part of that nourishment project. So that's kind of where we are. They're continuing to work on that each day, but at some point here in the near future, we'll be bringing that back to the board for the board's consideration to go out for an RFP and to hire that appraiser. As far as the beach property is concerned over there at 115 Sandy Lane, we are in the process of doing a lot line shift that is currently in the planning department's review. As I understand, it is over at the South Walton Fire District as part of their review before it goes back to the planning department to actually approve the lot line shift.
Great. I just want to keep the folks updated on where we're at with everything. So what are you looking like, maybe a timeline for any of that? I'm not going to hold you to it, ball field.
Yeah, so on the nourishment project, we did receive a sample scope from Army Corps. We hope to have that here maybe the next couple of BCC meetings for your consideration. With regard to Sandy Lane, you know, I think South Walton Fire District has a lot in front of them. I don't know when they will be able to get to that specifically. I've been told 4 to 6 weeks. We're certainly going to push as much as we can to get that through that process and get it back to the planning department for their final review. So my best guess, 4 to 6 weeks on that.
Are we keeping I'm assuming we are, keeping the property sellable? I mean, with mowing the grass, keep it going inside, checking stuff?
Correct, yeah, we're periodically checking on that, yep. Not a whole lot there, but we do have the keys to that, and we do stop by and take a look at that.
And we've also kept the power and the air on and everything.
Okay.
So we're keeping it as a structure that will be able to be sold. If the new owner chooses to keep it, to be quite honest, it'll probably be a tear down. We're keeping it so it's at its highest value.
Okay. Thank you, Josh.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
I think we already did 32, but my last item, Chair, is 31. I just wanted to talk about the flock cameras. I've been getting a lot of, I guess, correspondence from folks and telephones and everything else like that. I did watch the Sheriff Live the other day. He did answer a lot of questions after watching that, but I do have some concerns, and I would like to, I'm going to read one excerpt that's really alarming, but I would like to have some type of direction, maybe with Brian, to get with the sheriff and come around to talk to each of us about the flock system we have. I believe we have the Falcon flock system. If we have any questions for him, I mean, I have quite a few, but I would like to see that happen. If the other commissioners don't, that's fine too, but I'd love to talk to the sheriff one-on-one about the flock cameras. At this point, I mean, I know they're all over the place, but I'm not sure, Clay, if they're on county right-of-ways, do we have the ability to yay or nay these flock cameras?
If it's a county right-of-way that's truly a county road, we ultimately have control of anything that's within that right-of-way.
Okay, that's something that I'd probably like to talk to them about. I mean, there's plenty on the state roadways and all that, but this is out of the, I guess it's the Wired magazine, but let's see here. There's a reason I'd be cautious about assuming flocks will always remain only as a license plate reader. These flocks are rapidly, especially Falcons, are rapidly expanding in their AI. So what kind of sparks my attention is, I'm going to read it verbatim here, that these flocks can be updated on a regular basis, and they're looking at coordinating them with vehicle cameras for facial recognition. I am definitely not for that. But these are the type of questions that I would like to ask the sheriff, because, you know, you could buy an iPhone today and it's obsolete tomorrow. The same thing with these cameras. These cameras are updated on you know, I guess a weekly basis. And if they're AI-generated updates, then I got some more concerns. So if we could, if that's okay with everybody, I'd at least like to talk to the sheriff about this, and if you guys would too, that'd be great.
I talked to, I talked to Dustin Cosin last week in my office about the flock cameras, and I know that there's a lot of issues about it nationwide, and I was concerned about that we have guardrails on them, that our sheriff's office actually has guardrails on them so that they're not misused. I know they have a good side to them because I know personally a couple of times that they were able to locate perpetrators, things like that, people that were involved in crimes, which is the main reason for them. And they're good for things like that. They're good for finding missing people, things like that. They do have a good side to them, but the other side of it can be kind of scary. But I was assured that, you know, in order for them to use those, there's no like hit list, because I personally thought there might be a hit list where your tag was in there and every time your car moved, it'd fly up on there and they'd know where you were at. And he told me that that's not the case, and that, you know, when they put things in the system, they have to have a case number in order to use those different, like what's called the David, these different systems are databases that they use. They have to have a case number in order to do that. So I'm sure there's a lot more questions about those. I don't know that, that they're misused, and it's my understanding that if they find that anybody has misused them, or if somebody's been looking at the same tag multiple times or something like that, and they notice that they address that right away. I felt a little bit better after talking to him about this, but yeah, there are a lot of questions, and I would recommend that everybody speak to them and, ask your own questions.
Well, some of them nationwide have been kind of along the same, like, top 5. The complete flock safety contract and all its amendments, Walton County Sheriff's Office flock safety, ALPR policy, and standard operating procedures. The data retention, how long is the data kept with
30
this flock
days.
information? Well, some of them say 7 to 10.
The
so-
7 is, I think, the newest. I think Flock is the company that they currently are changing from 30 days to 7, but I think it was 30, and there's been so much pushback on it that I think they've changed it to 7. I don't know if it's gotten around everywhere yet or not.
And then 4, a list of all agencies and entities authorized to access the Walton County Sheriff's Office flock cameras. Flock search audit log showing who has searched the system and when. So just a lot of these questions I would feel easier with if personally, I'm going to sit down with them, so I don't know what everybody else is going to do, but I have a lot of
Well,
concerns.
I have heard that, I believe, I probably shouldn't say this, never mind, I don't want to give it away, so.
Chairman.
I don't have a problem with meeting with the sheriff's representative to discuss this, because I've had a few people talk to me about it. And knowledge is never going to be a bad thing, so I would appreciate
Yeah,
that.
so, Chairman, if I may, Dustin Coast reached out to me with the agenda item and offered up to meet with you individually to give you all the information, answer any questions, explain the cameras, how they use the cameras, the complete system. So if you'd like, I'll facilitate a meeting with y'all individually. And so be on the lookout for an email, and we'll get them on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Commissioner
Commissioner
Anderson.
Drake, would you like to?
I mean, personally, I don't agree with it. I think that we should get rid of them. I mean,
Okay.
in fact, I'll pass the gavel to Commissioner Anderson, and I'll make a motion to eliminate any use of flock cameras on Walton County roads.
I'll second it.
Seconded by, okay.
Are you saying right of way or on the Walton County right of way, which is what Curry said? You said roadways in the county. Certainly every road in the county exceeds the county.
I would want the most comprehensive interpretation, all of it. All of
Okay.
that we have
That
jurisdiction
we,
on.
That would
that
be
the county handles.
Road right of way.
There's roughly 106 cameras right now. I don't know how many are on state or county, but it says Walton County Sheriff's Office has like 106.
I think some people have been removing some of them. I mean, not law enforcement, but people.
So that's illegal, but anyway, there's a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Uh,
No.
I would love to talk to the sheriff's department before we have this vote. And I would like to talk to the sheriff's department before we have this vote. I would like to talk to the sheriff's department before we have this vote. And that's the way I feel about it. I mean, I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but I would like some questions answered before we vote. And that's just my opinion.
Is there a certain areas, I mean, like,
They're
you're
all
talking
over
about
the
the county
county.
roads and stuff, just the county roads, not the state roads, right?
Right, the motion right now would be every roadway and right of way over which the county has jurisdiction.
Okay, so you've got a motion and a second?
Yep.
Commissioner Anderson has the gavel.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion from the audience? Yes, come ahead, state your name and spell your last name, please.
Yes, my name is Stan McDaniels. That's StanMcDaniels. I'm from Escambia County, and you may have recently seen the First District Court of Appeals case that came down September 10th, 2025 on open carry that changed the ban on open carry here in the whole state of Florida. The legislature has yet to address that and actually make it law, but is not being enforced. So you can now open carry because of McDaniels versus state of Florida. The Constitution, when written in the Declaration of Independence, if it had been put to a popular vote, it would not have been ratified. Because the truth is, most people want safety over liberty. But when you choose safety over liberty, you have neither. So when you guys are thinking about this, I think you should know that in Ohio, a grand jury failed to indict a man for cutting down a flock camera. So, you're going to have these expenses of having to replace them because many in the community are very much against this. I would also ask that you go and read some George Orwell, because this is right out of his books. And, it's tyranny in its highest form to constantly have us citizens under surveillance. So I would encourage that you not put this off. And if your sheriff is, in support of the flock cameras, I would tell you he is not in support of the Constitution, and he is violating his oath to that Constitution of this great American country. So don't put this vote off. Go ahead and vote it and get rid of all the 106 flock cameras that you have in this county now. Thank you very much.
I don't think we have 106 on county roads. We have, because a lot of them are on state roads and are in cities. Mr. Atkinson, do we have jurisdiction over the cities?
Not among their right-of-ways. Those are city streets. That'd be up to the cities.
Now, what about like Walton Road, which is a county road?
If it is within it, so that's where you get into some gray areas, but broadly, the rule is this. If a road is within a municipal boundary, it does not matter whether you call it a county road for ownership purposes, the placement of signage, management of right-of-way, naming, those default to the jurisdiction it's in. So if it's within a municipal boundary, within the city limits, that's the city's call. Even if it is county, so when we say a county road, or even a road that's designated county road such and such, the parts that are in municipalities are municipal controlled. The ownership and the obligation to maintain it stays with the county, as opposed to the control over things like speed and the enforcement of things within the right-of-way. And certainly, local governments have the right to put up different right-of-way policies, require different right-of-way permits on roads in their jurisdiction. For instance, the state doesn't tell us what right-of-way permits we can or can't require. They let us set those on our own, same way the cities get to set theirs.
Okay. Anyone else from the audience? Sure was a lot of clapping for nobody want to talk, but, all right, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you. You can have that.
I was gonna say.
I don't want it.
Okay. Commissioner Gladwell?
I don't have anything else, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Johns?
Okay, yes, the first thing I wanted to bring up is we purchased the Meade property in District 4 before I came on the board, so it's been, I think, 5 or 6 years, and we paid a good chunk of money for it. We bought it for a parking garage, and we have not made any movement towards that, and I would like to make some movement towards that. I would like to ask staff to try to find out what needs to be done, who we need to get with, what kind of thing we can do, because we've got some, some very nice-looking parking garages that we could place there, and the purpose of that was for people that are going to the beach that could be shuttled down to the beach, and that was the best place we could find at the time. I guess you all could find at the time, and I just don't want to see it sit there and not be used appropriately. So I'd like to make sure that we move forward with getting something done. Can you move
Yes,
forward
ma'am.
with that?
So a couple of ways, we do capital improvement projects. On something of this size, cost, and impact to the community, I would suggest that we start with a property assessment and some conceptual designing. It would also include some programming, i.e., what does it cost to operate and maintain a facility of, I'm assuming, 4 stories. We'll start with 400 parking spaces, 100 per. And I would also take the opportunity to reach out to some other communities that are similar in nature that have municipal parking garages. And within that report, first I would bring back the cost proposal for the first phase, which is the property assessment, conceptual designing. I would combine that with some information of how other communities have accomplished that goal, what funding sources they used, all of the information that you would need to say, yeah, Brian, this would be a job for beach operations. More than likely, we'd use tourist development tax, since we use tourist development tax to purchase the property, and it is beach-oriented parking. It would also, could be assumed that it would be true municipal parking. So there may be a need to mix funds from different accounts to accomplish the goal. But let's start with, we'll do a task order for property assessment and conceptual designing, and we'll come back to you with that information, cost information, and you can go from there.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you. And part of the reason that it kind of mixes with the next one, which is discussion on the right-of-way parking on Scenic 98, this year was, I think, the first year that I've seen parking along the north side of Scenic 98 in landscaping areas or grass areas and things like that. And people were just parking all over the place. And this went on for several weeks, and I've never seen it before. But so I had talked a couple of years ago about doing some right-of-way parking in some of those areas. Some of them weren't wide enough, but some of them are. And it would be the right-of-way parking similar to what there is at Whale's Tail area. And so because the parking is, there's just so many people down here, especially in the, the big season, and we've just outgrown ourselves. So we need to make maximize the use of the area as possible. So I would like to see if we could if Josh could go forward with looking at doing some, seeing what it's going to take to put some parking along those areas that marries the same kind of look that you have at Whale's Tail. Is that something that you can do?
Yes, ma'am. I think similar to the approach with the parking garage, certainly solicit a proposal through a task work order, bring that back to you for consideration. Be glad to do that.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you very much. We just don't want the cars just parking haphazardly all over the place, and we can make some improvements, so I'd like to do that. The other thing I wanted to do is, this is just for your information, because it's a really good thing that has happened with our Public Works office. They have these cards that have a QR code on them, and it says, see a problem, report it here. So you can pick up one of these cards, and if you see a pothole or any kind of a road issue, a damaged sign, a street sign that's down or something, drainage issues, litter, mowing, right-of-way problems, other routine maintenance, you can go directly to Public Works. And you just use this QR code, and these cards are everywhere. I've got them in my office. I would assume that all the commissioners have them in their office. And if you want one and you don't have one and you want to email us, we can get you one. But it's a really handy tool to be able to just go directly to Public Works and get these things straightened out, because we don't see everything that goes on out there. We don't see every time there's a sign that's knocked over or there's a pothole. I mean, they kind of happen overnight sometimes. So this is your best way to get it done. And I can tell you that Public Works is fantastic, and they're quick, and they do a great job. And so anyway, I just thought it would be nice for you to know this. So there's that. And then the last thing I wanted to do was, I brought up about an entryway sign. Actually, I brought it up about 3.5 years ago, and I never followed through with it. But I've always wanted a nice entry sign. I personally am not stuck on a particular look, and I know that it's gone to the TDC board, and it's on my understanding that now the TDC board has given it to the destination board, review board to design one or come up with something. I'd like to ask, has anybody got an idea of what kind of sign they want? Where are we at with this? And if we don't have one, how quickly can we get one?
That's a great question. We actually brought this up at our Destination Improvement Committee meeting last Thursday. Had some really robust discussion about signage. Through that discussion, we discovered that there are a lot of complexities with location, with maybe what the sign should look like. So what I've been tasked with is putting together a scope and either soliciting a service via a quote or through a formal RFP to help us with those designs, where they're going to go, what the community wants them to look like, so forth and so on. So the status of that particular project is just that, working on a scope to then bring back to the board, or depending on the value of that service, issuing a quote to begin that work.
It sounds like it's going to take forever.
I will say it's going to take some time. You know, we have a lot of signs in and out of the county through the core gateways, as we call them, leading into Walton County. And so each community is going to be different, and each community is probably going to want to be involved in that to some degree.
So then why can't we just start with the couple, like the three main ones, the east end and the west end of 98 and the 331? Start with those, and then after we get that done, then let grow from there.
Mr. Kevin Murray.
So Josh, it sounds like we've combined a couple of things. So many years ago, we did what we call the South Walton Design Guidelines, and it had components in there of signage that had a basic, I'm going to call it format, but that format could be adjusted for each individual community. So what we're talking about, or Commissioner Johns is talking about, is our gateway signage into the county.
Correct.
So can we do the beach ops technique and get her done?
We can. I think in the discussion that we had on Thursday, there was a recognition that we have some scenic corridor requirements that have to be met, and the actual site locations are somewhat unique. We have existing signage that is very similar to our kiosk signage on the beach, just a simple hoop. The original company that put together the proposal for the concept that you provided did some work on their own, came up with some alternatives utilizing that type of design. But considering the fact that we have to follow the competitive procurement process, we didn't want to engage with them without going through that mechanism. So, you know, I'm certainly willing to expedite this the best of my ability. I think if we could get that scope defined, what we're looking at, here are the locations. We've already been down this path before, to your point. Getting that purchase order or whatever that instrument is over to them and let them get started on that, I think we can bring back some options for the board to consider.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah. Josh, do you have to work with the state on 98 and
Yes, sir.
331 and all these state highways?
Every one of the gateway signs are, with the exception, I guess, of Scenic Gulf Drive, are on state right-of-way. So, yes, we will have to go through the permitting process with them, make sure that it meets their requirements.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't even looking for one on Scenic Gulf Drive. I was just looking for the major arteries. But it seems like it's gone from the BCC to the TDC to another board. I mean,
I think it got,
Come
I think, like I said, I think it got combined with some other signage, and I think the idea of community signage is a completely separate thing. What we're talking about is our gateway signage.
Right.
We have restrictions on state highways. We have a good idea of what we want. I would recommend you give Josh the go-ahead to seek pricing and some conceptual designs and to bring those back for the main gateways, 98 east and west, 331 coming into Walton County from Alabama, and then the two locations on 20.
If I can just clarify, we actually have 10 gateway signs right now, one being on Scenic Gulf Drive, 98, 20, 90, 83, and 331.
well, I think the major ones are the most important ones. We can worry about the other ones later, because if they want to take them through all this rigmarole, then that's fine. But I'd like to go ahead and get the main ones done.
And those are the locations that we discussed on Thursday, those 10, just to clarify. So if you want to reduce that down to 2 or 3, be glad to do that. I'm certainly serving your pleasure here. So however you would like me to move forward with that, be glad
How
to.
many did you just mention, 5?
5.
Okay, let's work on those 5.
Okay, can you clarify those?
But I'll tell you what,
East-
6, because you have Highway 81.
Okay, will you clarify those, that you've got
So
them?
it's 98 east and west, 20 east and west, 331 at the Alabama line, and Highway 81 at the Alabama line.
No, 83.
83, I mean.
Okay, I got you. I'll have something to you at the next meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. That's all I've got.
Commissioner Anderson,
No, I don't have anything.
public comment. Who's first? Amy?
Amy Wise Coble. On the signage issue, we talked about this at the Destination Improvement Committee meeting. You're really looking for a brand. So if you didn't live through the big blue sign debacle and nightmare, which I did on the TDC board, I think you want to do this right versus quick. What we, as the destination, fair enough, the TDC did push it to the Destination Improvement Committee. They were just re-kicking off. We did meet, we did ask Josh to go out for RFP, not only on conceptual designs, we need to look at, like, let's call it 3 packages. Okay, here's our recommended design, here's our price. Yes, you have to, it got mentioned that there's a technical review board. They've got standards. So we really did try to streamline down to, let's take this thing to an RFP, but I would strongly encourage you not to rush and do 3 this way, 5 this way. You need an all-inclusive sign package that is approved for Walton County, and then we need to follow that. Would be my 2 cents.
Who's next? No more public comment? Okay. Legislative items number 37.
Mr. Chairman, you want to take a break since Commissioner Anderson's here?
Yeah, we'll give you guys some time to set up, get ready. We'll take, let's say, a All right, let's move to, let's pick up where we left off at item number 37. Mr. Shawn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board. This is the Golf Club Drive abandonment. This is a request to approve by resolution. It is project number PA 26-000001. It was reviewed by Jesus Navarro, and I'm going to go ahead and ask him to come up and present it for you.
Do we have any objections to this?
No, I make a motion to approve.
Not make a motion to
You may.
approve.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's legislative.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, so a motion approved by Commissioner Gladwell, second by Commissioner Johns. Anyone from the public?
Can I just make sure that the staff report's on the record, including the 2 emails that are separate from that document, please?
It is technically a legislative proceeding, so yes, they are in record, but
Thank
it's
you.
not evidentiary like quasi.
Great.
Anyone from the public? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Show it passes 4-1. Commissioner Curry in the dissent.
I'm assuming the
Sorry.
applicant did not care to speak. I'm good. Right.
All right, 38.
All right, I'm sure that Ms. Ayana will introduce this and give you all the information. I just want to remind you that the board did begin hearing this previously. We sent it back to Planning Commission to include and capture the land use restriction agreement as part of the map amendment package. So this is the Huffman Small Scale Future Land Use Amendment with rezoning. It is project number FLU 26-000001. It was reviewed by Ms. Ayana Reed, and I'll ask her to introduce it to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Huffman SSA with rezoning. This is a request to approve by ordinance and approve and authorize the chairman to sign the land use restriction agreement. Project number FLU 26-000001. This is a future land use with rezoning application and proposed land use restriction agreement submitted by Dunlap and Shipman, PA, on behalf of Mary Del Giudice. Revocable Living Trust requesting to change the future land use from rural residential to mixed use or lesser category, and to change the zoning district from rural village to village mixed use or a lesser district on 20.24 acres, plus or minus acres. The property is in District 1 on the west side of US Highway 331 South and south of Waterside Lane, north of Mallet Bayou Road, and as identified by the parcel number in your staff report. So I'm assuming, Clay, I don't have to enter the public comment packets that are in front of
We
you?
will take the public comment and the staff report into the record.
Okay.
Not that it's a evidentiary decision. You
Got
have
it.
any problem with that, Mr. Chairman? I mean, it's a public record, the board has it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a hearing, yes.
Yeah, it's not, we're not following strictly this way.
Okay, well, okay, then I'll go ahead and just add the staff record and the staff report and public comment in front of you into the record.
All right, show that as accepted.
So do you have any questions up until this point? I know that this project has been back and forth, so I can start with any questions you might have, and then we can go from there.
I'd just like to ask you about the floodplains, the amount of floodplains and the amount of wetlands that are on this property.
So what exactly are you, do you have concerns
Acre-wise.
about the possible impact?
I do. I have flooding concerns.
Yeah. So, yes, there is quite a bit of floodplain and wet area on the site. That is something that staff had an extensive discussion about, and if this project is approved under the rezoning and land use restriction agreement, the applicant would have to address any impacts to that wetland during the development order stage. Now, whenever we have a site for development after the rezoning process is applied, we encourage applicants to cluster their development on the uplands areas of the site. And of course, there are other agencies that may come into play as far as where the applicant may need to apply for tree clearing or fill permits. to allow them to fill the wetlands and therefore develop. I think one of the concerns that a lot of people have had throughout the life of this project, especially from the public, that I've had extensive conversations with is, why is there the possibility to develop in the floodplain? Now, there are sections in our code which are highlighted in the staff report where we do allow development in the floodplain, but there are specific conditions that an applicant would need to meet for development in floodplain areas. And that's something that we address during our review stage, and we present that information to you during the rezoning part of this project, so that way you can take those things into consideration if we approve that as a county.
Let me ask you one more. The number of homes that can be developed per acre currently is what?
Under the current zoning,
I think it's 2 to 1 or 2 to 1.
which is rural village, that's 2 units per acre.
And what they're proposing is what?
10.
So village mixed use, it could be, if approved, 12 units per acre.
12 units per acre. Okay,
That's as far as density is concerned.
right.
Yeah.
And what sort of ingress and egress are we talking about? Because it appears that there was one lot that was purchased in a neighborhood, a neighboring neighborhood. Are they planning on doing the ingress and egress through that neighborhood?
I'm not sure about ingress or egress through a particular neighborhood. If the applicant does pursue development after successful rezoning, they would likely have to have some type of access off of one of the local roads, maybe Waterside Lane, or possibly off of 331, depending on what the state says regarding that access. But at this time, that's not something that we are considering under a map amendment because they didn't provide any preliminary site plan or conceptual for us to go off of.
Okay.
So they would address those items during the development order stage for where that ingress or egress would be. And I do understand the concern about traffic impacting the surrounding residential area. And that's something that we would definitely look at under traffic review when the time comes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, so I will turn it over to the applicant.
Mr. Shipman, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Gary Shipman, Dunlap and Shipman, on behalf of the applicant. I want to start out by stressing what we're here on and what we're not here on. We're not here on a development order. We're not here for specific development, and we don't have a plan for specific development. I do want to, in a moment, touch on some of the questions you asked, Commissioner. This is simply, we're here for a rezoning. When we're here for a rezoning, the primary question to be answered is, do we meet the aspirations and goals of the comprehensive plan? In 2018, and as you know, the way we operate, Melissa Ward in a moment, who knows a lot more about planning than me, will stand up and give you the really drilled down details. But to give you the broad ones, in 2018, December 2018 to be precise, the county commission adopted ordinance number 201828, which was an amendment to the comprehensive plan. When you adopted that ordinance, the purpose of the ordinance was to establish an economic zone for 331. 331 is the only major 4-lane divided highway in Walton County heading north. In fact, it's really only one of, if you don't count I-10 that has limited ingress and egress, it's really only one of 3 roads in the entire county that have any 4-lane divided highway portion to it. And the reason that you would make it an economic development zone like you did in that ordinance is because that's where you want to encourage economic growth. Now, on this particular portion of 331, the county wanted to encourage the development of village mixed use or mixed use category along the road. Meaning you wanted commercial that would service the types of needs that you would have for lack of a better term, the village, meaning your larger restaurants, your gas stations, your professional offices, that type of thing, which Melissa will give you more detail. Rural village allows a very limited amount of commercial, but it is designed for a farming community. Those of us who've lived in this county a long, long time, as well as some of those residents, will know that at one time, that area was an agricultural area. Hasn't been for years now. The goals that were established in that 2018 ordinance, citing L2, was to establish the US 331 corridor as an economic development corridor while promoting livable mixed-use development and maintaining roadway capacity and speed to the greatest extent possible. Section objective L2.1, 331 corridor shall foster a well-balanced mix of residential types, which village mixed use would also allow multifamily. Which is not, don't interpret that to mean that's what their development plan is. It just expands what types of of residential you can have. And densities offering a wide range of housing opportunities and shall attract and retain a robust and diverse business environment by incentivizing quality, connected, mixed-use design that preserves public space and development that provides for employment of Walton County residents. Because when you do village mixed use, you have to have three uses. Generally, it's commercial, residential, and recreational in that area. Policy L-2.1.2, develop an incentivized base approach to facilitation of targeted economic development within the US 331 economic area. In other words, when you enacted this ordinance in 2018, you chose, this commission did, that 331 was where we wanted to focus economic development in this county, and shortly thereafter you did a variety of things. You started you have an area for a business park out there. Freeport embraced it and built Publix and some of the other businesses. In fact, it is the commercial district for Freeport, along with primarily their industrial and light industrial area. You then, last year, you did, pursuant to the Community Development Act that was enacted in, I believe, 2010, you did a required study, which you're required to do every 10 years, to determine where the growth areas should be in the county. And you oh, by the way, the 2018 ordinance was unanimously adopted by the County Commission back in 2018. We have a handout to give you if you want to look at it, that has, for example, the ordinance and the minutes when it was adopted. You then commissioned the DPZ study, which you were required to do by Florida law. The DPZ study was to, again, determine where we're going to have certain kinds of growth in this county. And this particular area of 331 was an area in that DPZ study that they recommended changing zoning to increase density and for encouraging development of mixed use with commercial and a variety of housing. What they also did in that ZPZ study was they encouraged, as a recommendation, that the county engage in its determination of rezoning in this county, placemaking. What does placemaking mean? Placemaking, and Melissa's again going to give you a lot better definition than me, but in general, what that means is you want to encourage the development where it amazingly actually reduces traffic, where you have residential and then you have the services that that residential area would utilize, like restaurants, gas stations, grocery stores, coffee shops, professional offices, where you're going to go and you travel less to get there. The DPZ study, which recommended this, that I'm talking about, in this area, was again unanimously adopted by the county commission. So I think that asking to rezone it to village mixed use is exactly what the county has now expressed in its adoptions twice. Once in 2018, which valid existing ordinance, and once when you adopted the DPZ study, which you were free to say, you know what, we don't want it there, and reject that portion of the DPZ study, and you could have repealed the 2018 amendment to the comprehensive plan, but you didn't. Because it makes sense. Where would you want to put these stuff? You want to put it where you have the largest, biggest roads, and that's 331. Now, when you are reviewing a legislative change, and Mr. Atkins and I have had this conversation several times in the past with y'all about what are we doing here, it's still a hearing, and it's a hearing because you first determine whether or not we meet the goals and aspirations of the comprehensive plan. And then the second is, and it's a different standard than a development order, but the second portion is you can look to see if there are issues of public health, safety, or welfare. Those are the only bases that you can deny it. It's not discretionary. Discretionary is defined under the law if there's no restraint at all, there's nothing that guides you on how to make your decision. That's what's called arbitrary and capricious. There's no development that you can put anywhere where there won't be increased traffic because, I guess, if you have more people in the area, more people are driving. But Walton County has changed, and you want to encourage that development where that big road is. There are a number of comments from the public that I'm not going to minimize them. They're concerns, but they're concerns that occur when you get to the development stage. For example, Commissioner Johns, a minute ago, you asked about wetlands and floodplains on the site, which I'm going to throw in. We had the second part is we had to do a LURA. Now, personally, I think when you rewrite the code, the section on the LURA that would require a LURA entered at this point in time and what is required to be in it, because we put the LURA, literally, I took the section of the code out and put it in there. This is what we agree to do. And what we agree to do at the LURA at this stage is that we comply with all laws and ordinances concerning building in a floodplain or a wetland. Meaning, by some method, there are different methods, but you have to take the construction where whatever you're building isn't actually in the floodplain. Now, there are different ways of doing it. The most common and easy one is clustering on the uplands, but there are some other methods too. We don't have a development. They haven't spent the money on a development plan. Years ago, we used to come in and ask for both at the same time. The commission stopped that a long time ago. There was a development out on Highway 20. Actually, that was one of them where it came up. You can't do both at once. And also for the developer, they don't want to spend the money on developing a development plan and doing a comprehensive engineering study on the floodplain if they're not able to get the zoning to develop the property in the first place. The second question that you asked was about, well, how do you access this property? There is quite a bit of frontage on 331. I forget, Melissa, do you know the answer to that? All right, well, she'll tell you, but there's enough frontage on that road that the access would be 331. It is, as you can see from the map, there is an extensive length of roadway that connects directly to 331.
Then why'd they buy that little piece of, that parcel in that other neighborhood?
I think that was, yeah, I think that parcel was connected to this land 30 years ago.
Okay.
And one of the problems you may ask, well, why are we rezoning the whole parcel? And that's because you can't rezone only part of a parcel.
But you can rezone it to a different zone, other than a lesser one than what you're trying to rezone it to? And
We
still
can't-
have your commercial in the front?
No, we have to rezone if it is a particular parcel like this is. We can't do multiple zonings
You
on the
couldn't
same.
do neighborhood commercial?
We could do the whole thing neighborhood commercial, we could do the whole thing village mixed use, but you can't split it up.
Well, my point is, if you did the neighborhood commercial, then you wouldn't have the high density that you have with the village mixed use.
Yeah, I'm gonna let her talk about
Okay.
that more. But that is, when you asked me about the parcel, it was made part of this 30 years ago. Our clients didn't own it then. So unless you have specific questions of me now, I'm gonna put Melissa up here, who probably can give you a lot more detailed answers to those specific.
I'll ask Melissa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hello. Melissa, can I ask you out of the gate really quick?
If you'll allow me to put on the record, my name is Melissa Ward with Dunlap and Shipman on behalf of Mr. Huffman and the development for the land use amendment, and I'm a certified planner and have been for 20-plus years, 11 of which was for Walton County. Your turn.
Okay. The 11th edition of the Trip Generation Manual, is that the most current manual out there?
I believe so. If Mr. Joe Poole used it, I'd lay my life on it. Mr. Poole, my apologies, Mr. Poole did the traffic study, the trip generation study.
Okay.
And whatever he used is the one that I would trust.
Okay.
And if it's the most recent one, I'm sure he is using that. If we're skipping straight to the traffic study, I will move to that just to discuss that for a minute. And the reason why is because you are asking a question. In particular, I have to get to the right page. Mr. Poole's analysis was prepared and submitted December of 2025, and on page 1 of 14, I'm just going to briefly discuss. So rural village is a category that allows maximum density, 2 units an acre, maximum floor area ratio, 50%. That is critical to understand how much commercial could be on the site. So under its maximum non-residential use of 50% of the FAR, this is almost 20 acres, anybody right now be able to put on the property 431,244 square feet of non-residential uses, okay? And in village mixed use, and the impervious surface ratio is 60% for rural village. The village mixed use has a maximum allowed density of 12 units an acre. It has a maximum FAR of 50%, and it has a maximum impervious surface ratio of 75%. The trip generation study that was submitted and should be in your packet, if it's not, it's in our books over here for you. It specifically mentions the square footage allowed under the current and under the maximum allowed under the proposed, which again is 431,244 square feet. Why is that important? Because that 431,244 is going to make a difference in how the trip generation study should be read. The current, under the rural village land use category, if the site is developed to its maximum potential, the new entry-exit trips as they have now under current rural village zoning, would be 501 trips. And then you turn the page, and it says, under the potential new land use category of village mixed use, the potential new trips, if it's maxed out to its maximum capacity, is 681 trips. And the difference of the existing potential trips for the, and the proposed new amended potential trips is 181 net change. So, I'm sorry, 180. So
Oh, well, I
if
wrote
this-
something different. I said that it generated 1,617 peak hour trips, and it's currently at 668. That's quite a difference.
I would, no offense to you,
I just read it on your report.
this report, the 600, this report here that was submitted by the traffic engineer is the report that's done by the professional. The study that, or the analysis that I put in there, I don't know that I put in 16, what'd you say it was?
It, 1,617 peak trips, and it's currently 668.
I don't usually do trip studies, but I can tell you, I can go back and look in that. Where is the trip? Are you looking on page 10 of my report under transportation?
I have flipped back and forth, so I went
Okay.
back to look at you when you mentioned another page, and now I'm not sure what page I was on. I'll look for it. I'd also like to
I don't
mention,
have that number.
looking in the report, it says Freeport Elementary is at 115% capacity. Freeport Middle is at 89%, and Freeport High School is at 96%. So the elementary school is already over capacity.
Well, so there's a couple of things there. There was a memo from the school planner who talked about potentially getting with them and looking at what they offer. We need to explain here, this, again, this isn't land use amendment, and I understand that we're not talking about development, but you guys have an interlocal agreement with the school board about them reviewing it and the potential mitigation. The issue that we have now and in the future is right now, legislatively, there is not a requirement for mitigation for development impacts. There are recommendations by the school board to ask if there be potential, I just need to finish my statement. The potential for mitigation being putting out transit area stops that allow for people to have for bus stations. In addition to that, land and/or funds that help them build schools in areas that are most necessary. Those things are not brought up during this land use amendment. It would be brought up during the development order stage, and that brings us back to the original LoRa that we were discussing.
Well, it would be remiss for us to not to take that into consideration.
I understand, but if you are suggesting that you would deny an amendment based on the school mitigation, I find that that would be problematic, and I
Oh,
believe
it's just
that's
one of many reasons why I want to deny it.
Well, let me talk about what we were discussing, which is this amendment. In terms
Well,
of
let me
the,
insert a little, this is my district, so I'm gonna, I agree with Donna on just about everything she said. Our only, I guess, tool in all of this when it comes to health, safety, and welfare of the citizens is we take in consideration the entire area. What's coming, what's there now, what do we have, good, bad, and the ugly. That area is exploding. I'm sure you know about the car project coming in. I'm sure you know about Walmart coming in. I'm sure you know about all these things that's going to add to the health, safety, and welfare of that area and its residents. We have to take that all in consideration, in my opinion. This isn't quasi, so correct me if I'm wrong, but that is all part of the health, safety, and welfare of that area and those citizens. So by you saying, you know, well, if you don't do that, you can't do that, that's going to be a problem. Well,
No,
I'm taking
that's not
everything
what I
into
said.
consideration. I'm taking all aspects in it, because I'm not just taking the school, because the elementary school's at 1,200 students right now. Everybody's like, oh, well, the car project is going to have a school in it. Well, that's 4, 5, 6, 20 years down the road. We have to deal with the here and now and not the what ifs. Because if you change this rezoning, you may tell us one thing, but once that rezoning is changed, they can go up to the maximum of that high density. And I am not for that, so I'm the second no on this.
When you asked about health, safety, welfare, and I probably want to ask your own lawyer this, 'cause you're not going to like my opinion, but let him give it to you. If you read the case law on this, when we talk about health, safety, and welfare, it's not a generic, we don't want development, we think development is bad for people that live here. It has to be something specific, like we were seeking to rezone to build a liquor store next to a church. We were seeking to build a plant that made hand grenades next to a residential unit. You have to have some kind of specific thing you are pointing to that involves health, safety, or public welfare.
I'll give you something specific. I'll give you something specific. There was a new traffic study done on 20 and 331 recently, and that traffic study showed that the traffic in that area increased about 120% in the last couple of years. 120%. We are number 9, I believe, on the TRC list of being improved. Some that are above us are in Okaloosa County, which are 8% increased. So we need to get in there and make some changes and make sure that this 331 and 20 gets bumped up on the list and gets improved. And we need to get that done before we start adding in. I don't disagree that the commercial is fine. I have a problem with the high density and all the stuff in the back. I have a problem with the floodplain. I have a problem with the wetlands. I have a problem with the potential that you'd be going through a small neighborhood to get in and out, whether you say it or not, that opportunity is there. Because otherwise, what are they going to do, drive through the commercial area? When you've got the apartments or whatever in the back. I know this is not a development order, I understand that, but it's just too much.
So, Commissioner, just so I'm clear, based on what you're saying, are you saying that it's your position that you will not approve a zoning change on 331, at least south of 20, until the roads are expanded?
No, that's not what I'm saying. This is a combination of things in this particular plan that you have. This particular development or this particular request for rezoning is different to me. It's just another variable. The schools are a variable. The fact that they're probably going to go through a little neighborhood to get in and out of there is a variable. The flooding is a variable. I mean, it just goes on and on. There are many reasons why I think this is a really bad idea, and I will not vote for this.
So do you agree, Commissioner, that every one of those things you just said are what gets addressed in a development order?
Well, I can tell you that along with the health and safety and well-being of the community, which is an issue, it is a thing, and we do have to take that into consideration. And I'm not going to sit here and say, I think it's okay for you to put however many 12 units per acre back there behind some commercial. I'm just not going to do it.
But what I'm trying to ask you or suggest is when you're doing a zoning change versus a development order, it doesn't mean that we get 12 units.
But you know as well as I do that you end up doing it. You maximize it. You always do. You know, I mean, we've got developments in this county that are so bad that people have to park on the side of the road because there's not enough parking in the neighborhoods. I tried to get them to drop out a few houses or to make the driveways longer or something, and they didn't. And go down J.D. Miller and see how that result is. It's all over this county, and we've got to stop this nonsense. And I make a motion to deny.
Second that motion.
Well, then I would ask, as the law requires, since you know where this will go, that you say on the record specifically.
Is that a threat? Bring it
No.
on.
I'm asking you specifically to put on the record.
You just want to do a gotcha moment. We have a first and a second on the, as a
Well, if you
motion.
refuse to put it on the record, and I've asked, I'll put it on the record. I'm asking you.
I think she said it 4 times. Maybe we
What
can retake.
specifically is the health, safety, and welfare, so it's on the record?
Flooding is number one. The
Okay.
flooding is number one. The fact there's no schools, okay?
All
The
right.
fact that the traffic is going to be atrocious,
I would
okay?
ask the commissioner withdraw her comment on schools. We cannot legally deny a project due
Well, I'm
to
not
school
denying it, I'm
traffic.
just making a comment that it's.
I know,
it's
but
an issue.
but the record, we have a court reporter down there taking your testimony down. Because Mr. Shipman just asked you a question and you started naming items, I can assure you that'll appear in a transcript as
Okay,
though.
remove the school issue.
Thank you. We cannot legally use that as a basis. But Commissioner, if you've stated your reasons previously and you believe you have fully stated them in your prior comments,
Yes.
then you're welcome to state that you rely on those. If you wish to restate them and summarize them, that is to your point. I would say that even if a motion and second has been made, we do have to at least offer the modicums of due process, and that is an opportunity to be heard to the applicant. I believe Ms. Ward was in the middle of her presentation. Understand there is a motion and second, but we do need to let them at least finish their presentation.
Okay, I rely on what I've already said. I don't need to restate it.
Okay. So we'll let the applicant finish their presentation, understanding what the motion is, but that does need to be put on the record so they have that opportunity, or else we're going to be doing this again when the circuit court says they didn't get to finish their presentation.
For clarification, the numbers that the commissioner mentioned were from the staff report, not from my analysis. I would like to note that the DPZ study referenced by Mr. Shipman earlier on page 92 of their study and page 102 of the exhibit that was submitted to the Board of County Commissioners when this DPZ study was accepted, approved, and sent off to the state as an evaluation and appraisal report, had a recommendation to add mixed use. Currently, and quoting, only one parcel north of the bay holds the designation. It's needed along Highway 331, which has been identified as a corridor for future growth. Consider expanding this designation to receiving areas north of the bay to incentivize and support more mixed-use development. That is a quote from DPZ that you accepted and approved in September of 2025 and sent to the state. In addition to that, and I have minutes, there's a packet over here to submit those to you. We would address that in 2018, a study was prepared on the 331 corridor, exemplifying that new development would be significant for Walton County's economic growth. The County Commission at that time accepted that report and then acted on it by amending their comprehensive plan to include a corridor. As is required under the Comprehensive Plan Policy L-1.11.7, we've prepared a land use restriction agreement. That land use restriction agreement specifically lays out the methodologies and the procedures at the time of development that the applicant will need to oblige by regarding avoidance of floodplain areas. There are some significant things we need to discuss. In particular, one of the things I'm going to show you in response, this property, this map here is an example, is your future land use map. The property in here, these red splotches that you see that go all the way up 331, those are changes to general commercial in the last 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years, this all used to be orange and or this russet color, and it was rural village mostly. And it was changed over the years by this board multiple times for general commercial because 331 is an economic corridor. The reason this is important, and you may be saying, or maybe not, why aren't you going for general commercial if that's what you want? Because general commercial has an FAR of 100% and an ISR of 85%. Because it has a density of 12 units an acre for a mobile home park, not regular single-family homes, or 17 units an acre for affordable housing apartments, mixed-use developments. These are things that we are not trying to put on those properties. The property, this is a DOT retention pond, has over 700 feet along the frontage. Access most likely will be off of 331 for this entry and exit for the development in the future. I mentioned to you about the land use restriction agreement. This is the policy. I used this at the Planning Commission to explain to them what we were doing. The policy very specifically says that if you're considering increasing the density, you need to, and it has a floodplain on it, then you need to take measure. You have to, the developer has to agree to enter into a development agreement with the county to transfer density out, record permanent covenants and restrictions, and utilize other requirements that are in the code and comp plan. This is language straight from FEMA. FEMA allows you to develop in a floodplain, not always a good idea, but they do, as long as you do not fill in the floodplain. If you fill in the floodplain, you do something that's called compensatory storage. This is an opportunity at this point to discuss what that means. The land use restriction agreement is that this developer agrees to all of those conditions. Most importantly, how do you get out of a floodplain? This is information provided by FEMA. This, although I drew this picture. Specifically, you can raise up out of a floodplain by building up, or you can get out of the floodplain by moving it out of the designated area. The map that is in this package, in all of the packages, shows an area that shows floodplain on it. That is an unnumbered A. What that means, and it's in the LURA, is that the developer will be required to do a study of the floodplain to determine, going through FEMA, what that numbered A would be. And that would depict the rest of the category. If the area at that point, the study would show, and it has to be submitted with development application, how big the actual floodplain is. FEMA drops something on a map, we have to go determine if it's accurate, if it's bigger, or if it's smaller. That would have to happen during development review. That is what is covered under the land use restriction agreement and what the applicant is requesting for this board to approve and sign. The property is just a little around, right around 20 acres, give or take, it's 19.8. And the request is to change it from rural village to village mixed use. There is in the staff report on page 2, there's a notation that there were, no neighborhood meeting was required. We actually had a neighborhood meeting. We stayed in contact with the neighborhood some to discuss it. We did not submit a site plan as it is not required and usually not recommended. And so that is one condition, one subject that has been unfortunate. They did not, they wanted to see what we were proposing. We don't know yet because we're still doing the analysis on the property, and we don't get into that until we know whether or not what our densities and intensities would be. It's important to note that there were several things that were mentioned that you could do on this property. There were other lesser intensities. We looked through the language in the Land Development Code for zoning districts. Village mixed use is a compatible use. It is compatible for placemaking under the DPZ study. It is compatible for the way that it has specific requirements in its development standards. In particular, on any, for the village mixed use categories that would be developed in the property, that the integrated non-residential uses to create mixed use and proposed project ensures compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods. By using those words in that zoning district, it requires that they submit a compatibility analysis, that they provide compatibility buffers around the neighborhood and protect, and they look at the size and scale of the development to ensure that it is not an impact on the neighborhood. None of the other categories that we would look at for this property do the same thing. In fact, Rural Village does not do the same thing. My analysis that I presented provides that we meet the comprehensive plan, not just the future land use under the language that provokes you to allow for mixed use along 331, but also for your housing ordinances, for your protection ordinances. In this property, there are some wetlands. They will be protected. In this property, there is some flood zone. Once we study it and know where it is, it will have to be protected. That's what that LORA stands for. The village mixed use category allows for flexibility to allow for better development in a mixed use and placemaking style. It includes the ability to have single-family homes, some multifamily, village mixed use, civic uses, parks and recreation, active recreation, and general commercial, neighborhood commercial, live work, professional offices, and artisanal uses. That's great. What we are looking at with Rural Village is functional agriculture or neighborhood serving commercial with limitations. It does not meet the criteria of being an economic development site on 331, and therefore that is less compatible for the area. I just want to make sure I mentioned everything. I think unless you have any other questions for me, I would just like to finalize this by saying that I do have some information that is strictly from the code related to the types of uses that are allowed under the village mixed use, general commercial or neighborhood commercial compared to the rural village categories. In addition to that, the conservation area or the language that it has related to the space and use of that particular area. This land use amendment, in my opinion, is compatible and is an appropriate change based on the change in the growth of Walton County. And this rural village has been there since 1996 when it was first adopted, and it was suitable at the time because they didn't have water and sewer out there when they were first developing. They do now, they have for some time, but in this case, this is the person who decided to come forward and ask for that request. And I'm here to answer any questions.
How would you compare it to a neighborhood commercial?
So in neighborhood, I can read it to you, it's really easier.
Okay.
So rural village does allow for neighborhood commercial uses. One of the factors of the special development standards under rural village is that neighborhood commercial uses shall not exceed 12,000 square feet per commercial building. That doesn't seem like a lot unless you're trying to do something that is more of a grocery store. 12,000 square feet is very small. Functionally related agri-uses, which is a primary use under rural village, are limited to things like kennels, veterinary services, a rural general store, feed, outdoor sales, RV park, fishing camps, bait and tackle shops, and shooting ranges. It's not suitable for 331 or for that neighborhood. But when you look at village mixed use, it does allow for neighborhood commercial, and that is not limited under those special conditions, meaning that whatever's listed in the primary uses is allowed. It also allows for civic uses, parks, passive and active recreation, and live-work uses, and in addition to that, professional offices, which is not included in rural village. For the areas, there are a list of conditions under special development, including a 4-story maximum height limit, limited lodging language on the use of no more than 125 rooms. Neighborhood commercial limited lodging is limited to a bed and breakfast under 10 rooms, so there's some limitation there. In village mixed use, all projects in VMU, especially this 20-acre size, would be required to have multiple uses on it so that it is a placemaking. It would have to have at least 3 as a minimum, and it must contain urban design amenities, pedestrian facilities, landscaping, public spaces, and human scale and street and parking lot design. It is meant to be a place where people who live there, shop there, and spend a good bit of their time commuting there.
Did the TRC deny this 5-0?
No,
They did not?
they did not.
What was it? What was the
Land use
result?
amendments do not go to the technical review committee.
It
They
didn't go to them at all?
That's correct. It does not do that. It went to Planning Commission. It was approved 4-3. And then we went back to Planning Commission, and the LoRa was approved solid unanimously. So that's where we are.
Can I add in? I know you got more. So let's just paint a picture for that area over there. I live in Freeport, and I work at the complex there. Right now, high density is the problem. If you kept the zoning the way they were, in this one, it's 2-1, right? It could go up to 10-1. Right now, we don't know what we're going to build there, but we want to go ahead and get it rezoned to 12-1. So I got an issue with that, but that's beside the point. But at the Freeport complex, that's a thoroughway behind there. Ever tried to get out, going the back way of Publix, just trying to get out? How many accidents have happened at 331 and 20? Have happened on 20 at all, and on 331. It sounds like Chicago outside my office on a daily basis, with sirens going up and down 331. So if you want to talk about health, safety, and welfare, people's lives is a health, safety, and welfare problem for me. So, and how many roads have we updated? What have we done to the infrastructure in that area? I'll give you the last 5 years. What have we done? Zero. You know how many units we probably put in that area? Thousands. And your firm is probably on a majority of them. And I can't blame it all on the county because the city has some of that responsibility as well. But there are thousands of units going into that area on a weakened infrastructure system, and we would just want to keep adding more to it. So yes, that is my health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. I'm continuing with my second on Donna's motion.
Does that complete your
Unless you have any other questions.
presentation? So we have a motion and a second to deny. Are there questions or comments? Are there questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, from the public?
Yeah, from the public.
My name is Jeffrey Hopkins, Hopkins. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today. I love Walton County. I live in Freeport. It's my second place that I've lived within Walton County, and I really love it here. I'll tell you, not too long ago, I was sitting out on my back deck, and a bald eagle came flying through there. Just incredible. A few moments later, a flock of seagulls came, landed on my dock, and defecated all over it, and then flew away. And to me, that's kind of what we're talking about here today. Are we Walton County eagles, or are we a flock of seagulls? What we're talking about with this LoRa is actually putting poor people, the most vulnerable people in our society, in a flood zone. Those people, when they go in there, aren't going to need flood insurance. They aren't going to have to sign a lease agreement that says, oh, you know you're in a flood zone and everything you have will be washed away in a hurricane when one comes, and one will come. And I don't want to be the one who's like running away from CNN or MSNBC and all these social media influencers these days trying to explain why we approved to put poor people in a flood zone. And ultimately, I think that's what we have to decide today, that we are eagles. We're better than that. We don't need to do that. And we're not a flock of seagulls. So thank you.
Who's next?
How y'all doing? My name's Espy Letcher. My name's Espy, E-S-P-Y, Letcher. Can y'all seeing that?
Yes.
So when they were talking about, when she was talking about earlier, there was never any houses there either on that side. Those are all natural, everyone.
We can't see what you're referencing.
You're looking at the waterside area? Are you at the waterside lane?
I'm on Mount Bayou side.
On Matt Bayou side,
But
okay.
every one of those lots has a house on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I built my house 20-something, well, 19 years ago, raised my family there. And I'm already in a flood zone, because when they raised up Highway 20, it pushed, but they did the DOT permit. See right there? So if you say zone A, you can see the cut out there for the DOT permit.
Yep.
My house is a property right there, already in a flood zone. It's just as simple as that. You let them build whatever they want, everybody's gonna flood. Everybody. And it's going to happen. In my line of work, I pull people out of their houses. It's just hard. Waist deep water, bad with us. It's up to y'all.
Thank you.
Betty Letcher, L-E-T-C-H-E-R. First of all, the property is not even sold right now. It's up for sale. But they're coming in here and wanting to change it, the zoning. When they change the zoning, they can do whatever they want to do. We know that. And that's the worst part. I'm not against the development, but it needs to be like it's left, with 2 per acre. Now, if you come in and you put commercial across the front. You think that developer is gonna make enough money without putting apartments probably behind there or houses? And then it is true, how are they gonna get out? They're gonna go on that little road, Waterside, that is 14 feet wide, and that just does not make sense. And those houses around there will flood when we have a hurricane or anything else. And I really ask you and encourage you to leave it the way it is. Somebody will come and buy the property and do what it's zoned for. And that's what I have to say. And I thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Who's next? Mr. King?
Thank you, Commissioners. John King, K-I-N-G. The owner of this property, I happen to know, they paid ad valorem taxes on this property for 35 years. The gentleman that bought it left it to his 3 daughters. Today, they're all retired on teacher's pay, factory worker pay, and this shouldn't be a surprise that they would be coming to you. It's got 700 feet of frontage on a 4-lane highway. I don't know if the suggestion is that this should be a single-family residential subdivision, 2-to-1, with 700 plus feet of highway frontage. That's no plan. That's no plan at all. Now, in 18 and I'll leave the attorney up to the attorneys, but from a future use standpoint, it doesn't make any sense to me that it wouldn't be neighborhood commercial like Commissioner Johns was suggesting, but and Melissa loses me all the time. I'll just tell you that. I think that they have a plan that's more, she has a reason that it would be something that fits in there better. But to suggest that this would be single-family residential or these people wouldn't have development rights is just absurd to me. And these people have paid $4,000 a year in ad valorem taxes. That would suggest that this has some commercial value. So, is that me? Sorry, sir.
Yes, it is.
These wires under here.
So, any rate, so it just makes sense to me that it would be some type of commercial use on Highway 331. It's crazy that it wouldn't be. And let me just, I don't know if I'll see you again, and Commissioners John, Commissioner Gladwell, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
You and I had our differences, but I never thought that you weren't looking out for Walton County in all this time. So,
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. I will say, I do agree that commercial in the front, I don't have an issue with. I just have an issue with all the stuff in the back. I just don't think that's right.
Hi, Mercy Bucher, B-U-K-E-R, Mercy as in Lord have mercy. I live on Waterside Lane. I'm actually, if you look at the map, the little square part that's protruding, I'm like right in that corner, right there. That's my house. And I've done a little research, not a lot, but I've done a little research. And the planners of the town had planned for that area to be custom homes, independent people that wanted to build their homes there. That was the plan for that area. It wasn't planned, I don't know if they knew about it, but they did that because they wanted to maintain the integrity of the geography. Because that geography in nature naturally is like a barrier and helps when hurricanes come and all the stuff, it protects us. Now, my street is very small. It has one layer of pavement on it because, you know, one of our neighbors on the street decided that the dust was too much and she couldn't take it, so she came here. And we have a little layer of pavement on top. There are 8 of us on that street. it's gonna be, I can't even imagine, because no one has given me any information about what they're planning, or what could be, or could not be. So we're going at this blind, and we are the people. And talk about health and safety, what about our health and safety? What about our happiness? What about, we decided to invest in Florida, in this particular town, and now that's gonna be compromised. We're not against development, we want development, but we have no infrastructure in Freeport. We're like out of control. Can we just take a pause, just a pause, and create a stronger foundation maybe to allow for more development maybe. But right now, it's not happening, and not for nothing, I feel for these people that are trying to get rid of their land, I really do. But the truth of the matter is, it's not affecting them alone. It's Maui Bayou, it's Waterside, and not to mention, have you tried to cross the bridge during school hours? I mean, when the kids are, it's too much. Please, take that into consideration. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Hello. My name is Elizabeth O'Brien, and I live on 258 Mallet Bayou Road. My preference is, of course, to leave it natural. I would prefer not to have any development on it at all, but I know that that's not going to happen, and I don't think anybody in the surrounding neighborhood is asking for there to not be any development. What we're asking for is to keep the development as rural village. You can still do commercial, you can still do all of the other things, just not as big. And when you look at the surrounding properties, they are all 1 unit per half acre. And to consider even putting 12 units per acre in that spot, they're not going to be able to spread that out, it's all going to be concentrated somewhere, is something that I think is terrible. It's just not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, and I think that's really important, that you consider the compatibility in the surrounding neighborhoods. And also, planning was not 5 and 0, so they also had concerns about approving that. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got one more, Chair.
I'm Dora Lazier. I live on Waterside Lane, Laisure. I'm not an attorney. I have a lot of this stuff is way over my head. But I do have a question as to why are we all here wasting our time? That's my service dog, I'm sorry. Anyway, why are we all here wasting all our time and everything when if you want to buy a place and you want people to rezone, and you want people to accept you, why don't you have to do all the work beforehand to say exactly what you're going to do and how you're going to do it and what your plans are? Because I know, I'm not an attorney, but I know very well once they get the zoning where they want it, they're going to do whatever they want and to heck with us people that live there. And that's not right. Our road is too small for them to come in and out of our road. It's not what they're wanting to do is not compatible. And also, read in somewhere on the flood zone, that if you have so many acres of flood zone, then also they got to do the FEMA map, am I right? To do this?
Oh. I don't know. Do they have to redo the FEMA map, Clay?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Well, what about the fact that if you have such a certain amount of zoning in flood zone, that then the low class, the housing, some of the housing has to go to low class, such as like Section 8 type thing? No, that's not true?
required, no, ma'am.
That's not, okay, well, I had read that in one places.
So anyway, but I'm against it for the fact that I moved here. Actually, I lived here in 1991 in Freeport, and I used to have a little store on 331 and sold overstocked items. And we sold bulldozers, dump trucks, all that kind of stuff. So, but anyway, and it was a different kind of place. I came from a town that was not very big, but still nothing like what this was. I loved this place because when you came here, you were welcome, and everybody wanted to be friends with you, talk to you, and try to get along. But now, it's not that way. I'm sorry to say, they've done away with all the original little stores, all the original every little thing. And it's not that way any longer, and it should be that way. This used to have such a warm, comfy, hometown feeling. And now it's like, I don't know, like, we don't mean anything to anybody, you know. And I know you guys are just doing your jobs, but it's like, would you want to live there? We spent our money, searched it out, bought it, thinking that's how it's going to be. And if they wanted to build just the amount of the zoning that they got going on right now, I have no problem with that. But that's not what they want to do. And they're going to do what they want to do if they get rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
First of all, my name is Bobby Eugene Bird. I do have property on Mallet Bayou. We have not developed it. We have left it just exactly like it was. And we pay taxes on all these years. And I'm not too far from this property. And I think it should stay the way it is because that's what it was when everybody bought their property. And first of all, I am not a Walden. I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Tallahassee. And when we moved here, our insurance on it, he was talking about the accidents, our insurance went tripled. And I called my insurance company and to ask why. There's more accidents in Walden County than there are in Leon County. This was back in '68, so you can imagine what it is now. Like I say, we have not done it. We have left it just like it was. And it's supposed to be a subdivision, and that's what it should stay as. Oh, well, yes, until that pond was dug, our property did not get water up, but it does now when it rains a lot. So I don't know if that pond, holding pond, is supposed to help, but it didn't. And that's all I've got to say. Y'all do what you need to do, but I think y'all should know what you need to do. Thank you.
My name's Linda Goley, Goley, her daughter. They bought this property back in 1989. They pay taxes, just like everybody in that neighborhood has paid taxes on that property. When he was talking about they paid tax, everybody paid taxes on that property, and the taxes going up. But this was a residential, and everybody that bought into that property knew it was a residential. And these are neighborhoods. These people have lived there, part of them their entire life. They raise their children there. They raise their grandchildren there. Now you're gonna have all this coming in and devaluing that property, because they're not gonna tell us what's gonna go in there. And they knew when they bought that property, that means however many years ago they bought the property, that it was a residential. There's plenty of property there that's on for sale At 331, it's commercial, they're welcome to sell that property and buy that other property, if that's what they want. So then they can build whatever, because it's already zoned commercial. And if we sell, if these people, and some people are already selling out because they do not want the flood. They know that's coming, that their house is gonna be flooded, and they're already selling out because they know their property value is gonna go down. And they're selling out now so they get a better value, but where are you gonna find these people that bought way back, 60, 70, 80, back in those years, for that property as a residential? Where are they gonna find that property? Somewhere else. Not. The property value is tripled. And they're talking about 2018, boy, it's grown from 2018 to 2026. Yeah, that was approved back in 2018, but we're talking about 2026. It's already crowded, the schools are crowded, the traffic's crowded, and these are older people. There's younger people in there too, but this was their home. They bought this home, they raised their children there, they raised their grandchildren there. And now you want them to rezone this just for one person, and this is a whole neighborhood. It affects Mount Value, it affects all this whole neighborhood. They're showing, these are neighborhoods. This is not a commercial, this is a neighborhood, and it was bought as a neighborhood. So I want you to think about, do you want to live there? When you make your decision, do you want to live, you have your home there, would you want this coming in your neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So, Clay, I would ask you, obviously, the applicant has made a presentation and has made strong suggestions that denial options are limited or absent based on the letter of the law. And then the residents within the general area or the affected area have made arguments of why they believe that the project should be denied. So I would ask you, are there any elements in the arguments for the motion to deny that we can lawfully consider?
So I will say this, without necessarily forming the opinion for you, I'll make a few comments, and I'm going to ask a few questions to make sure I understand the basis for the motion. Generalized neighbor opposition or concern about what will be developed there is insufficient under the case law. Just to be very clear, it's not an opinion poll. You don't get to go by strength of, if 100 out of 100 people say they don't like it, that can't be enough. You have to look at your adopted criteria. Commissioner Johns, I think you heard the testimony both from planning in its report as well as Ms. Ward that the county did adopt certain corridor standards that would apply to 331. Even understanding that you are making your motion to deny on other grounds beyond that, correct?
Correct.
All right. As I understand your motion, you've raised concerns regarding compatibility with the existing neighborhood, which I would note are things citizens said, is that correct?
Yes.
That everything around this is zoned consistent with this zone, this land use and zoning designation, and this would create a zoning separate from that?
Yes,
You believe that's incompatible
yes,
with the community character?
yes.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Yeah.
We can take yes to both, but it is,
Incompatible,
are you concerned about adequate infrastructure concerns?
absolutely.
Do you believe that this approval is in the best interest of Walton County and its community based on your understanding of the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
Absolutely not.
Based on what you've heard from the citizens here today, from the applicant and planning staff, is it a fair assessment that what I've laid out there are the grounds for your basis to make a motion to deny, and that forms your opinion of the county's general police power for the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and the goals set forth in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan not being met?
Yes,
Is that the basis for your second, Commissioner Curry?
Absolutely.
Do any of y'all want to add anything to that? I mean, those are factors you can consider. Now, I'm not gonna tell you we win or lose in court ever, Mr. Chairman, but what I would tell you is there's information on both sides. There's no doubt that the county has adopted corridor standards. There's no question about that. There's no doubt this front's on 331. I guess I will say, Commissioner Johns, I think you put on the record, you don't have an issue with the commercial development factor that will be on the front of 331. It is basically the mixed use and density element of residential that goes in the back that is where you're finding those incompatibilities.
That's correct,
Along with the zoning it would actually go to relative to what's around it.
correct.
Based on that, you have a motion in front of you. We will defend the board's position, whichever way you go is my answer.
I'm sticking with my motion to deny.
And I'm sticking with my second.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gladwell.
Mr. Atkinson, can we, I know you said we couldn't use schools. Can we use transportation issues to deny a project?
So broadly, under 163-3180, which is the concurrency statute, when a matter of concurrency is under a local government's purview and control, and the deficiencies you have identified are something that the local government has failed to take action to correct, then a denial based on that inadequacy in and of itself, without any other grounds, is deemed unlawful. That is the general rule of thumb. In terms of infrastructure, as I understood, there were a number of questions here. Commissioner Johns had concerns about the traffic count. I think she raised a concern about this perhaps not being based on the most recent ITE or trip generation manual. Is that right? And I think we heard it was on the 11th edition of the manual, and your concern is that's not the most current manual?
Well, I was just questioning whether or not it was, but I had also had notes on the trip generation that it stated in the staff report, and it is so much higher of what it could be than what it is now. And knowing that area, that is just, would make it a safety concern.
So to Commissioner Gladwell's point, can you simply say we're putting too much traffic on the roads? Well, when we're the ones responsible for maintaining them, you can't create the problem that therefore denies someone a vested property right. However, if the concern for infrastructure, I think you noted stormwater as well. That's why I use the broad infrastructure statement there. If the concern specifically on traffic or roadway infrastructure is such that the information provided is inadequate to address the impact on the community, perhaps is based on outdated books, the 11th versus the 12th edition manual, that's something different than simply saying we can't put more trips on the roadway.
And, can I ask Mr. Sean? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
In your opinion, does this meet the land development code and the comprehensive plan?
Yes, is nothing that stands out in terms of the standards in the Land Development Code and Comp Plan based on a rezoning and future land use map amendment application. It meets those standards.
However, what do you feel about this in that particular area?
Yes, I do have some concerns about the intensity of development that a map amendment would allow sandwiched between two existing residential subdivisions.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there, Mr. Atkinson, is there a way that we could put a limit on the, in other words, let the commercial be commercial and put a limit on what's built in the back?
You're effectively getting into contract zoning, unfortunately. Our use of Allura in this case is specifically as to floodplain management. Now, certainly the developer has an opportunity of making such proposals, which we are glad to accept, but when you basically say, yeah, I'll approve it if you do X, or a developer says, hey, if I do X, will you approve it? That's contract zoning. Contract zoning has a more legal definition than that, but in practice, that's what we're up against today. But so it is ultimately, and again, as always, I will say, and this goes back to your point, Mr. Chairman, these are where you have the broadest discretion. You don't have unbridled discretion. You don't have unlimited discretion, but a legislative determination is where the board has the broadest determination to enforce and implement the goals of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan as the board interprets them as the body elect, or as the body politic that's been elected by the public to oversee those.
Well, I just want to reiterate that the safety and the well-being and the quality of life of the citizens there is a major factor in our land development code as well.
And is that based in part on what you've heard from the public today about their concerns about traffic, stormwater, and otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. Just putting it all on the record as best we can. Got to have a record one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you a question? And Mr. Shipman, I would love for you to respond if you need to respond. Here's my concern. We're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock is, they can put 12 units per acre if we go to village mixed use. The hard place is, I think that's way too much per acre myself, but that's the law. The scary part for me is, I think the property should be zoned commercial. But if it is zoned commercial, my concern is how much more damage to the neighborhood is that going to be? I mean, what can they put on a commercial piece of property? I think I heard Melissa say a shooting range. Well, let me tell you, we've been through the shooting range controversy in the north end. And I'm not sure if you were on that or not.
No, I was
but
not.
the problem with the shooting range is we have limited things we can do. The state has mandated that there's very limited stuff we can do. We basically have to approve it. I'm concerned that there could be like I think you said, a trailer park in the back. And you want to devalue your property? Put a trailer park near you. So I have a problem. My problem is, I'm not sure there's an easy solution for this. They have property rights. They've owned this property for years. They've sold it, I understand. But that's the rock in the hard place. I can't ask Mr. Shipman or his client, because that's I can't ask them at this stage to not put 12 units per acre if we do this. But I can't, if we do, I think it's a commercial piece of property. I really do. But we've got problems with that too, as far as the neighborhood is concerned. I honestly think, my opinion, this is going to wind up in court no matter what we do. It's one of those that, I think we're, like I said, we're between a rock and a hard place. And if we deny this, I've been told all my commissioner career that you couldn't use the lack of infrastructure to turn something down.
But you can use health, safety, and well-being. You certainly can.
But if we can do that, if we can't do that, I don't know. That's going to be decided by a court. My concern is that they haven't asked for commercial. So if we do this, I'm very familiar with that area. I lived in Freeport for years and years. And I'm concerned that if we do village mixed use, or something that's 12 units per acre, then we got a big problem with the neighborhood. If we do it commercial, they can put up pretty much anything they want. And I think we're gonna lose in court on the rural residential. And, I just, it's really a hard one to decide. And, I think the best use for that is commercial, because it is on Highway 331, and we all voted that should be the corridor for commercial. But they're not asking for that.
But is neighborhood commercial, does that allow a smaller commercial footprint and less in the back?
The neighborhood commercial zoning is much more stringent in terms of what sort of commercial development can go there. Footprint, FAR, ISR, density is limited to a live-work situation. It'd have to be above the first or second floor of the commercial, or it's limited to what's platted, and there's no platting on this particular
So there
piece.
could be commercial that's not as extensive as what they're asking for?
The neighborhood commercial zoning allows for less intense commercial use, yes.
The problem, the rock in the hard place, so to speak, is, these folks, as was pointed out, have been paying property taxes for years.
All of the folks.
But these people have been paying property taxes for years. And they have rights to develop their property.
But not
And
excessively.
they do. They have the right to use their property. And I haven't heard a single soul say they were willing to pay the property taxes.
It's not
Not a
wrong.
single soul.
It's not wrong for us to disapprove it. It is zoned a certain zoning. We don't have to approve a zoning change. It is zoned this way. It can remain this way.
Commissioner Anderson, before I sit down, I think Mr. Shipman would like to make a comment. I wanted to make sure, I felt like you asked me up to ask me a question, but I didn't get that question from you.
Well, I wanna know if we do commercial, just straight commercial. I think that's gonna be worse for the neighborhood than anything else. I'm not opposed to limited, but it is, we went through that whole DPZ thing, paid them over $1 million, and that's what they said 331 should be for. I think if it's on the 331 corridor, I have a problem with 12 to 1.
Sure. So, and just to speak a little bit, the general commercial, if that's the direction the applicant wanted, or in the future, if that was the case, general commercial does allow for more density than the VMU zoning does. There are some stipulations there to get there, but the density's higher in general commercial. VMU allows for general commercial uses at varying intensities. So I don't know what would be better in that respect, and from your perspective, certainly, I don't know. Just in terms of the corridor itself, as the applicant indicated, and as I believe Ayanna did in the staff report, in 2018, 17-18 timeframe, the board did adopt the economic development corridor for this portion of 331. In that document, it does reference the mixed use and commercial idea within the corridor. It doesn't set standards per se. It does encourage that sort of development as a vision of the corridor. And I'd also agree that the DPZ report indicated that this is a potential area for additional economic development as well. So if there's nothing else, I'll turn it over.
Mr. Anderson, since you asked, I need a comment. I don't have development plans and have not drawn them up. Based on the amount of wetlands and floodplain that we currently see on there, people may think we can do whatever we want at the development order stage, but that's not true. What we do have to do is comply with the law. I don't think you could fit 12 units per acre on this, based on some of the constraints on the property. You certainly couldn't do it and service it on the road that they're talking about. We couldn't do that. We wouldn't be able to get through and have that pass on development order, nor would I even try. Melissa, I'd like to get her up here and explain, because we've talked about these other categories, why this is the least, I guess, intrusive or practical for that area, if y'all would indulge that. Because I feel like there's some questions about, well, why this as opposed to something else? So Melissa, can you get up and explain that?
Thank you. So before we made the application, we had a meeting with the planning department. I met with Ayana, and we went over all of the potential categories. There are certain categories that are allowed in, quote, South Central, which is that area where that is. I would note that general commercial, which has been talked about, was originally the first choice, but it is a very specific type of residential, which is not what the developer wants to do. But more importantly, the FAR is 100%, and the ISR is 85%. That means that the 431,000 would be 860+ thousand. It would increase the commercial intensity twofold. The neighborhood commercial that was brought up, which thankfully Mr. Schroen clarified, it allows for one dwelling unit per lot. This is one lot, therefore it would not allow that density, or 4 units an acre on live-work uses, which would create a need for 2- and 3-story development for the entirety of the site. You can't separate the two. Business Park doesn't have any residential component, and it's a 200% FAR. So again, what that means is that 431 would turn into 1,200,000 plus square feet of commercial. It's too intense. The small neighborhood, which was something we looked at, was 4 units an acre up to 10 units an acre based on the style and urban design placemaking. But it does have a 50% FAR, so it'd still be 431,000 square feet, and a 60% ISR, but you have to have 40 acres to designate it a small neighborhood, according to your comp plan. Traditional neighborhood, TND, it is, they expected when they wrote the language for the 2018 ordinance, as well as the economic corridor, they expected TND to be the most used space. And the reason why is it's 30 units an acre, 200% FAR, and 85% ISR. That'd be over a 1.2 million square feet of commercial and 30 units an acre on 20 acres. You can do the math. Coastal Center is 8 units an acre. It is 150% FAR and 75% ISR. Again, that's ours. Our village mixed use would allow for 50% FAR and 75% ISR, and the rural village today is 50%. Coastal Center mixed use still allows 12 units an acre and 200% FAR, so the commercial would be doubled or tripled. I'm sorry, quadrupled. Coastal Village doesn't allow, it has a 1 density unit per acre, which is a down zoning from that particular, and a 50% FAR. And those are the ones that are allowed in the area. So again, village mixed use, it is 12 units an acre, it is a 50% FAR, it is a 75% ISR. I just want to make sure you understood where we got there, how we were eliminating all the ones that were not acceptable. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that the record's clear that a small neighborhood requires a minimum of 10 and a max of 40 for the rezone.
Oh, that's not what it says in the comp plan. So that's news. Comp plan says a minimum for 40 acres. Anyway, that is how we got to where we are asking for VMU, just to clarify that question.
Chair, can I ask Stephen Schoen one question, please? Can you give me the Reader's Digest version when we talk about spot zoning?
Well, that is a legal concept that I believe derives from case law and not the land development code. There's nothing in the land development code or comp plan that even mentions spot zoning.
Because it seems like this is kind of leaning that way to me, because you've got this one particular I guess, rezoning surrounded by things that aren't the same.
So I would have to defer before something silly comes out of my mouth to Clay in terms of what the case law speaks to in terms of spot zoning. I will say that in my experience, it's not simply changing the color on a map to something different. It has to do with uses allowed, intensities, and those sorts of things. But again, I'd defer to Clay for any real legal answer there.
So Stephen.
In all fairness, I think we've discussed whether this is compatible, whether it's changing a use to something that doesn't exist around it or otherwise. The maps speak for themselves. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be said on that. I think the comment's been made that, I mean, if the commissioner says he thinks it could be spot zoning, it's on the record. We'll argue it for the board if that's what the board votes. We'll support this either way. We will defend the board's position whichever way you go.
But they are allowed to build on it as is. They're allowed to build exactly what can they build on it right now? One house?
So based on the current zoning, the rural village, they could get a density of, I would say, 40 units. If they could, again, make that work with the current environmentally sensitive area of the site. And I believe they could have up to 12,000 square feet of non-residential use, but it is limited to those specific kind of uses for ag. It's geared more towards a more rural setting. So nothing in terms of, larger retail and things like that. That would be prohibited.
Okay, thank you. But the fact remains that they can develop it based on what it is already zoned as, so we're not stopping them from building.
Commissioner, could I ask your indulgence, based on a comment Stephen just made, if my client could have 2 minutes while Melissa explains it to him, we might be willing to, because we asked for that or a lesser category, go to neighborhood commercial, which would reduce the density.
What would it reduce it to?
Stephen, would you put that on the record for us?
They're looking at reducing it to neighborhood commercial.
If they went to neighborhood commercial, what is the allowable residential density?
Small neighborhood.
Small neighborhood,
Oh,
excuse me.
small neighborhood.
It is in your packet, by the way.
The base, it's actually a pretty unique zoning district. Small neighborhood, starts with a base density of 4 units an acre. And then the higher you can get, up to 10 or 12, I think is the max. It's based on compatibility, urban design elements, a lot of other things. So there's still that range. It may be 10, actually. It's 10, so 4 to 10. But anything, it's similar to neighborhood infill where you have to demonstrate certain design elements to get there. So the max would be 10, but it would be, again, based on very specific.
How big is this site total, Mr. Sherman?
20.24 acres.
So under the additional planning criteria for small neighborhood, it has to be a minimum of 10, maximum of 40, and those ranges you discussed would be relative to the size of the parcel within that range is one of the possible considerations, correct?
Correct.
Does this have an existing development on at least one side, in your opinion?
Yes, I would say that it does.
Just verifying, because we've got some old platted subdivisions here, that's always a question. Do you believe this is connected or have direct access to what would be labeled an arterial or collector road?
I do.
And do you believe there's sufficient infrastructure and utilities in this area to support a small community?
In terms of transportation, I believe there is existing capacity on 331, but I cannot speak to any existing capacity in terms of water or sanitary sewer.
They do have their letter from the City Utility Authority, though, correct?
I believe that the letter from Freeport indicated that they'd be able to develop in any capacity allowed by the zoning.
Now, just to be clear, and this does come up, we don't do small neighborhoods a lot, so I'm having to go through more things I'd like to here. They are not required to present a master development plan, but they are encouraged to. Is that the proper phraseology there?
So It is, I want to say it's more than encourage, and it just, you asked that question.
That's why I'm
as soon
asking
as
him to
I
use
get
his
away.
words, not mine.
Let me try to get back to it, and I'll read the verbiage specifically here. It,
I think it's L 1.62.
forgive me, sorry about that. What was the section number?
I think it is policy L-1.6.2,
I
A
didn't-
sub 1, sub Roman 2.
Ayana, will you pull the comp plan up, please? I'm in the LDC. Forgive me.
Melissa, do you have that language? What I asked Stephen was that I understand that that my understanding is that a small neighborhood does not require a master development plan, but they are encouraged to. Stephen said he thinks it's more than just encouraged, but didn't have the language, so he was trying to find it. If you've got it, just read into the record.
I have it right now. So special development standards under small neighborhood, mixed-use small neighborhood projects shall submit a detailed plan to demonstrate effective alternatives to buffering and separation. So that's specific to that particular component.
So there you go.
It does require a PUD if you go over 4.
So if they go over the 4 units an acre, the board has to hear it as a second time as a PUD.
For clarity, that means that it would go before the ALJ, but it would also come before you for a decision-making because it's an overlay district. It's
Yeah.
not just the ALJ.
Yeah, you're gonna have two, you're gonna have a conceptual level here and then a quasi later.
Melissa.
If they go over 4.
If I,
Could you tell me what kind of commercial could be placed there?
It's neighborhood commercial.
it is.
Yeah, it's neighborhood commercial uses.
And it's limited. You have to have at least 5%, and you cannot exceed 50% of the development site in neighborhood commercial uses.
So that would be like what, coffee shop, things like that?
I can pull up the definition if you would, but it's designed as neighborhood serving commercial uses. Yes, very, very limited.
You're gonna have to see that as part of the conceptual overlay.
Mr. Chairman, would you entertain a substitute motion to approve?
Well, I've asked him, and there's too many things floating around. He doesn't want to make a decision to change that.
Then never
Are you
mind.
asking to continue the matter to give your client that opportunity?
No.
Okay.
I would suggest you do.
Well, we've got a motion and a second to deny.
Can I call the vote?
Well, give me 10 seconds if you want to continue.
Let's take a 10-minute recess.
Mr.
right.
Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Shipman has talked to his client and wanted to discuss a potential proposal of how to address this matter here before us today without further application and amendments. Mr. Shipman, if you would.
Yes, it dawned on me, because there is floodplain and wetlands, and we know we can't fit 12 units on this property, we can address the density for purposes of preserving wetlands in the LURA that is before you as part of this application. So we would like to amend it to where the LURA, in addition to what already is in there, specifically provides that density would be reduced to 8 units per acre.
To not exceed 8
To not exceed 8 units per acre, and that the wetlands and floodplain could be utilized for stormwater mitigation and preservation, and to preserve the water.
If we could, let's kind of keep it down in the back while the presenter's making his presentation.
So what that effectively accomplishes is it actually lowers the density below what the neighborhood commercial would allow at 10. It addresses the concern about the floodplain and the wetlands while still preserving what we can do on commercial along 331, which is the lowest density you could do, and still do some kind of commercial, because general commercial would be much, much denser.
Mr. Schoen. While we typically do not address density in LURAs, do you agree that the amount of floodplain on this site is what necessitates a LURA?
Any existence of floodplain on the site does necessitate LURA.
Do you believe there's a substantial amount of floodplain on this site that would limit density in this area based on the map that's up there right now showing a Zone A?
Right, well, while the map is based on not a ground truthed system, I suspect there's probably an equivalent amount or something very similar to what we see in that map.
To avoid the clustering of density that may push units towards the, what will be the western part of the site, or create greater incursion onto those neighborhoods, do you believe a density limitation would be consistent with the floodplain management standards that the LURA is aimed at?
I mean, the policy's relatively clear that, I mean, the intent of it is to remove all impacts to the floodplain when we're increasing density. So I do have some, reservations there.
Of course. And so my question, I guess, goes to this point. To the extent that clustering density may be insufficient to accomplish that goal, is there a reduction of density a method of accomplishing that goal?
I think it gets us closer to that intent.
Based on that position, I'm willing, if the board chooses to approve it, mind you, I want to be very clear, there is a motion and a second on the floor to deny, not to accept that. However, with that being said, I don't have a legal objection. I believe this would be consistent with the LURA based on Mr. Schoen's opinion, and would allow us to do it without it being a form of contract zoning. So, but ultimately, Mr. Chair, I think at this point in time, we need to dispose of the current motion on the floor.
I do not want to dispose of my current motion.
No, well, that means vote on it.
Do what?
Oh, he wants to
That means vote on it. You've got to vote on
okay,
it. I don't
okay.
think, I mean, unless
Okay.
you
I'm sorry,
wish to
I thought you wanted
amend
me
your.
to just take it back. I was going to say.
No, ma'am, dispose of the motion is the fact that Commissioner Curry did ask to call the question. Rather than us voting on calling the question and going through that, vote on this, and then if you want to take Mr. Shipman's proposal up, the motion is to deny the project as presented. He has given you an alternative version of the LURA. If the board wants to take that up separately after its vote, it can do so, but why don't we go ahead and vote on her motion so that motion is clear? We need that on the record. Unless you're withdrawing, and you just told me you're not, so.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, we'll call the roll. Commissioner Curry?
Vote to deny.
Commissioner
Deny.
Johns? Commissioner Gladwell?
So it is a
Oh, so
nay
you're-
vote. So there are two
the-
yays and one nay is where we stand right now today,
Commissioner-
from Madam Clerk.
All right, the chair votes nay, so the motion to deny fails.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve, Mr. Shipman's, offer.
There'll be a motion to approve the project, subject to the amended LURA of not to exceed 8 units an acre.
If I may, based on something that Mr. Shipman indicated in his just recent comments, I just want to make sure that we're all aware that when it comes to just, and I'm not sure if that's what he meant, but in terms of allowing density in wetlands, that does not fall solely on.
No,
Okay,
that's
okay, I
not,
just wanna
we're
make
not
sure
putting
that-
density in
okay,
wetlands as
okay.
part of this. We're not changing any of that. No. No. Under no circumstance.
Okay, I have questions.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Gladwell to accept the modified proposal, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Question?
Question, Stephen. Are they is it legal for them to use the wetlands for their stormwater?
So the code allows for a 40% encroachment into the buffer of stormwater by right. They can ask for that all day long. When it comes to impacting wetlands, that is entirely out of our jurisdiction. When it comes to putting density as part of that impact in wetlands, then it's a reduction to 1 unit per 20 acres in the code on those impacted areas.
Okay, well, when we look at the floodplains and we look at the wetlands on this piece of property,
Yes.
they're going to have to cluster all of those units that they want, whether it's 8 an acre, 10 an acre, they're going to all be clustered in one area, correct?
I suspect it would have to be designed that way, yes.
So that all those people are going to be in that one area, and they're all going to be going out that waterside lane. That is absolutely unacceptable, 100% unacceptable.
So while I absolutely.
We do not have to approve this. It's not illegal for us to deny it. They don't just automatically have the right to come in and say, well, I bought it, and I knew what it was when I bought it, but I want to change it. That's not a God-given right.
That is a legally correct statement.
So I'm just saying, we don't have to do this.
No, I understand, ma'am, and I'm certainly not trying to argue against that point. I just want to make sure that in terms of your comments and your considerations, that we're just mindful of the fact that we don't have a design on the site, right? So
Right.
while based on the current status, yeah, the design could result in traffic going there. We don't
Right.
know that it will.
Right, I realize we don't know it, but it makes sense if you look at the way the property is. That makes sense. I mean, are they going to make all those people clustering up on that one corner, drive all the way back around and come out, by the commercial stuff? I doubt it. It just, it's unfortunate that they don't have to give us the plan when they get the zoning change, because I've seen time and time and time again where they allude to one thing, and then when it's done, it's something way totally different. And I've seen too many times where we allow somebody to build something, or we have them build it up, and then the neighbors are walking in their backyards full of water and have to wear boots half the time. It's ridiculous.
I understand, ma'am. Anything else? Thank you.
When public comment's been received on the project, on the issues of density, the only thing that has been done is the developer has proposed a lower density, and the item as it is listed on your agenda, Mr. Chairman, is a request to change the future land use with zoning application from rural residential to mixed use or a lesser category. So because that was what the noticed item was and was heard, I don't believe additional public comment, given that the only difference because one motion's already failed and this is the alternative motion that now accepts the lower density, there's not additional comment.
Well, since it's changed, and this is not how it was advertised, doesn't it need to come back?
It was advertised for
But
this
not-
or a lesser category with a LURA that is always the board's discussion. candidly, the Lura didn't need to go back before the planning commission. I want to be very candid about it. Stephen and I talked about this. Your code puts the Lura in your discretion. However, it was, in fact, I believe that was Stephen's initial take, was this technically goes to the board. When we talked about it here at this level, I believe this board's direction gave enough that we needed to go back before planning, and because it's possible that the terms of the Lura would have affected planning's consideration since they did not have one at all and were not aware that one would be coming in, that's the only reason Lura went to planning. But Lura's otherwise, and I've got 2 head nods out there from planning, typically a Lura is your call, not the planning staff's call. So no, I don't believe it has to go back when you, and I will say this on the record, I have said it many times before, Stephen and I, and this is nothing against Stephen because he's not the one who has had this language on the agenda for a long time. I do not like your agenda item saying, or a lesser category. I just think it opens the door to this exact scenario we're dealing with right now.
Totally agree.
But it has been this way for 6+ years, and this is the exact way it is framed to allow this exact type of thing to play out. Anything from here all the way down, and what they've effectively done is come from here down.
Well, I want to point out that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the person that's buying the property did not want to make a change to lesser at one point today, and did not want to continue it. So,
Not sure what happened.
All right, we'll take the roll. Commissioner Curry,
Nay.
Commissioner Johns,
deny.
Commissioner
That
Gladwell,
make sure that's a nay.
Nay.
It's a nay against the vote. I just want to make sure the clerk gets it.
Nay.
Commissioner Anderson. Chair votes yea.
Mr. Chair, our last item is the Shorey Small Scale Amendment. That is requested to continue to September 22nd, 2026. Is there a motion?
Motion to continue.
So we have a motion to continue, made by Commissioner Gladwell, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Is there any discussion, questions? All in favor of the motion, say aye. 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 All opposed, nay. Show it carries. We have a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Anderson. Without objection, show we are adjourned.